in just over 5 hours. On this turf course, a test of endurance will take place, a test of class. So who's up for it? Perhaps Irish Globetrotter Nation's pride, 22 races in 6 countries. He's been here before, 2022 Saratoga Derby winner. Trained by Charlie Appleby, he's based in the UK, but feels right at home in the US. And this stage, this Grade 1 stage, is starting to feel like home for Miguel Clement. Last Saturday, saddling Grade 1 4-star Dave winner Deterministic. Today, stablemate Farbridge steps into the spotlight. Sword Dancer favorite with a title to defend. Farbridge gearing up for the Sword Dancer. Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live, compelling storylines, top-class racing. It's a Saturday at Saratoga. What'd you expect in these pristine conditions for thoroughbred racing? Big crowd expected. 42,000 plus last Saturday. How many will attend this summer bash? Because the horses are ready. On track, warming up for the first of 12 races. What a day in Saratoga Springs. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, and this particular weekend, you won't see another one like it all summer. Traditionally, typically, the biggest races every season at Saratoga, they take place on dirt. The Whitney, the Alabama, the Travers. But this weekend, all the marquee races on grass and headlined by today's Grade 1 Sword Dancer. Take a look at the field. It is a Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Mile and a half, number 6, Farbridge, 9-5, morning line favorite, Resorts World Casino. Sword Dancer. Speaking of Grade 1, my co-host, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, he's a champion jockey. Richie Migliori. Guys, it's a Saturday at Saratoga. Just one of those days you wake up just happy to be a horse racing fan.
Yeah, the fact that we get to make our living here at Saratoga and spend the summer here, we are so blessed. Love to be on set with you guys. We're going to have a great time dissecting these races and hopefully picking a few winners too.
Yeah, there's no better place than a Saturday at Saratoga, right? We get 8 of them throughout the year. The other 32 days are pretty darn good as well. But those Saturdays, you get to see these superstars, the highest caliber superstars, these Grade 1 races, and we'll see some here today.
We'll get to those superstars, but first, a look at today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. As always, we start with the early pick 5 in race number 1, just moments away from the opener. Race 9, Phasic Tipton, Saratoga Oaks. Race 10, Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer. There will be some channel surfing. Fox, FS1, FS2. Fox, Saratoga Saturday begins 3 Eastern. Man, this summer flying by, but so much great racing still ahead. Sign up today. Get involved if you haven't. NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now. NYRABets.com. Field for race 1. Look at that crowd. The excitement, the energy of a Saturday at Saratoga. New York breds, sprinters. 3/4 of a mile dash. I'm Wide Awake, 6-5 the favorite. Trust Fund is out. So a field of 5. And Jonathan, let's start with I'm Wide Awake. Speed is his game. Very quick, but he did burn a lot of money in his latest.
Yeah, the problem with this race is all these horses, the name of their game is speed. I'm Wide Awake, who ran pretty well last time going 7 furlongs. Got a little tired late, involved in a fast pace that fell apart. The problem is I feel like that same situation could happen to him here. There's a lot of other speed horses. We'll see if I'm Wide Awake can withstand the heat.
Yeah, I agree. Ton of speed signed on. I'm trying to identify who could possibly come from off the place. And I think the 2, Yo Banana Boy, or the 6, factually correct, fit that bill.
Perhaps Maggie Wolfendale can lend perspective as we welcome Maggie to the broadcast. Trackside right there in the winner's circle, Maggie. These New York breds warming up. What can you tell us?
Well, I have a soft spot in my heart, that's for sure, for these New York breds, especially the dirt sprinters. And as JK said, it feels like everybody is a speed type in a certain way. And you have ones that are a little bit more effective with more ground in their speed, but we know that number 4, I'm Wide Awake, is your true kind of 6 furlong sprint speed type. Now, I haven't seen him in his 2 previous starts here in New York for trainer Norm Cassie, as I did see him when he was racing out of town against Open Company at Oaklawn Park, and he was always a very high energy, keen type of runner in the preliminaries. Today, however, 3rd start for the barn, a lot more calm. That might be just his MO now. You know, different training, different regimes will change the horse's pre-race demeanor. He looks great, he's moving well, and at least, you know, he's drawn more outside of some of those other speed horses where it allows Ricardo Santana to kind of play the other one's game, kind of have that advantage over them. As we'll move on to number 1, what's up, bro? As he goes out for Linda Rice, coming off a bit of a layoff in which he was able to ride a gold rail that day, and he was hard sent to get there. And he did face some other horses that would come back and run very well. Warstrike came back to win with a 96. Laser Sharp, the 4th place finisher as well, coming back and winning with a 95 buyer. So definitely exits a race that produced some quality. Now, he'll come back off of a layoff and be offered for the tag, which I think is just a logical step. You know, he won that first level allowance race. Maybe you could say they should have tried a 2nd level open allowance. He does look better than ever. He looks stronger across his top line, which has always been my qualm with him. Really quick, Lafitte, I did go with number 2, Yo Banana Boy. He looks so fit, 2nd off the bench. We'll see how much speed he has. I thought he ran so well in defeat last time.
At 4-1, Frank Mirmati with the call. First of 12 on Sword Dancer Saturday from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Factually correct is the first one out. Immediately tackled by What's Up Bro. And What's Up Bro takes the lead. Yo Banana Boy gets a good spot 3rd. I'm Wide Awake, 5 off the pace in 4th. And Dear Chairman is at the back of the field, nearly single file behind What's Up Bro, who leads it by 2 lengths. 2.5 now over Factually Correct, who's in 2nd. Another couple back to Yo Banana Boy in 3rd. I'm Wide Awake 4th. And Dear Chairman well behind, 22-1. What's Up Bro in charge, 3-length advantage, less than 3 furlongs from home. Factually Correct, still 2nd. Wide Awake starts to inch closer on the outside. He's right next to Yo Banana Boy as they reach the top of the lane. Irad Ortiz Jr. and What's Up Bro, been there throughout, chased by Factually Correct. In the center of the racetrack, I'm Wide Awake. Yo Banana Boy is down on the rail. 1 furlong left for What's Up Bro. Still strong, 2-length lead. Factually Correct, giving him everything he has in 2nd. It's What's Up Bro, Factually Correct. What's Up Bro, too good. Factually Correct, solid in defeat. Came up a 1/2 length short. I'm Wide Awake 3rd in front of Yo Banana Boy.
That would have been so good if that was Jose Ortiz finishing 2nd, with Irad Ortiz winning. What's Up Bro in the opener. Saratoga here strikes 8 wins now in 20 career starts.
And the complexion of this race changed drastically when the 4, I'm Wide Awake, broke a step slow. It looked like a race that was going to be a lot of speed signed on. What's Up Bro? He just led them from flagfall to that's all.
You know, that can happen from time to time. The speed of the speed and these types of races when there's a bunch of speed signed on, because all the riders in the room are reading the same form that we're all looking at, and when they see there's a lot of speed, some of them decide, oh, I might want to try to take back here. Next thing you know, the speed of the speed has found themselves in a comfortable spot on the front end, and there's no better place to be in dirt racing than on the front.
Irad Ortiz now 4 clear of brother Jose in the chase for an Angel Cordero riding title. Linda Rice, what a summer at Saratoga, and what else is new?
And what a job to have this horse ready. He hasn't run since April, had him ready to fire big off the bench, and that's why you always come out running. You always get your position going forward. Don't take it for granted. If you come out saying, I want to be laying 2nd, you wind up laying 5th. If you come out, I want to be 3rd, you wind up, last. You've got to come out forward for position and see how it plays out.
And you could tell how much horse Ortiz had underneath him, just still as a statue until it was time to give him his cue to pick up his feet.
And when he asked him, "What's up, bro?" he kicked it into another gear. He is just riding just another stratosphere, Irad. And every time his brother inches closer, he lets out a little notch.
And that has to feel good on a day like this, and grade 1 towards the back end, and the grade 1 sword dancer and the Facing Tipton Saratoga Oaks is getting a W early on in the program.
It keeps your energy level up. You keep going. I know if I was riding the whole card, JK, if I went 0 for 5 over the first 6, suddenly I'm exhausted. But if I win a couple here and there, my energy level stays up.
Get the blood pumping. What's up, bro? 1-6-4-2 in the opener at Saratoga. Just getting started on Saratoga Live. When we come back, latest installment of Kart Talk in a grade 1 race here. Good chance the phone rings, and Jonathan invites you to take a ride in a golf cart. Team Deterministic this week, 4-star Dave victors.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on FS2 as What's Up Bro takes some gate to wire off a bit of a layoff too for Irad Ortiz Jr. and Linda Rice, who joins me now here in the winner's circle. And Linda, he comes out of a very live race, albeit back in April, but I gotta say, he looked better than ever today.
Yeah, I think the break helped him. His weight's good, his haircut's good, and so we thought the race came up plenty tough, but I'm glad that we were able to get there first.
He's one of those rare horses that wears an extension blinker, but it actually really works with him.
Yeah, he never breaks as sharp as you like. He's a speed horse. He wants to run on the front end, but he can get off in a little bit of a tangle. And Irad knew that when he came to the paddock. He said, "I see he breaks a step slow." I said, "Yes, but he wants the lead." And we were concerned about the 4-horse, and the two of us set in a terribly fast pace, but Irad worked it out.
He really did. That's always why it helps to have Irad as well. Quickly, I'll ask you about your horse in today's 8th race, Surveillance. Turf to dirt, blinkers off. Talk a little bit about him and what you are hoping from him. He's an old class horse.
He is, you know, he's a horse. He's a little hard to train. He has a reputation of being hard to train. I feel like he's best when he runs about every 3 weeks because he doesn't get enough out of his training and gets a little heavy and a little fat. So I'm hoping he's tight enough today. So
I know how quirky he can be. Well, best luck with him. Congrats here.
thank you, Megan.
All right, Linda Rice, guys, as she said, Surveillance. He is that near white horse coming up later, which will be on the Big Fox show, looking to resurrect himself a bit off of a turf race.
Difficult to train, Maggie, but she's ready for the challenge. Is Linda Rice, and here with What's Up, Bro? Rod Ortiz goes to work, bold run from factually correct to the outside, but in the end, just too much. What's up, bro?
Yeah, I loved hearing that conversation that Linda and Irad had. And Irad came out of the room knowing, because they do their research, the horse breaks a little bit slow. But Linda knowing the horse breaks slow, but still wants to be on the front end. I also thought it was next level to hear Linda describe how she likes to run the horse back every 3 weeks, because just trying to train him up to a spot 4 or 5 weeks out, he doesn't do enough in the morning to stay fit. Right. But if you just run him into his fitness, I think that's why she wins as many races as she does.
Yeah, it's so insightful, and that's why I don't mind a horse that breaks a step slow having post one, because they're not going to get squeezed between two horses the way Wide Awake did when he broke a step slow. There's room to work with, and Irad was able to hustle him up and get the lead.
Irad doing what Irad does, winning races here at Saratoga. The first in the books, race 2, turning the page. And the start of the early pick 4, $17,500 claimers, non-winners 3 lifetime, all 2 for something, all for sale. And Glint, 8-5, Rod Ortiz looking to go back to back. It was a very popular win the first time, and then it happened again, deterministic, winning the Manhattan Belmont week, and then just 7 days ago, deterministic winning the Grade 1 4-star Dave. He's trained by Miguel Clement, ridden by Kendrick Carmouche. These are very different personalities, different beverage preferences, but they do share that common goal of winning.
Kendrick, I keep hearing about this this gumbo you make.
Oof. You know, you might have to taste it yourself to really get the full deliciousness out of it instead of hearing it from others.
Miguel, what can you cook?
A bit of a predicament because I married a pescatarian. So no comment.
When you go to the racetrack, I think a lot of people's story always starts with their fathers bringing them to the track. Mine, obviously, from the gambling side of things. And Kendrick, talk a little bit about how your father influenced your career, and I'm sure you hear his voice often. What do you hear him saying to you?
You know, he was my idol. You know, I thought whatever he done would make me better, so I just figured I would put in my twist on things, and as you see, look what we had today.
Miguel, how about you? What are some of the things that are carrying on that your father started?
We just try to keep the same standard, to be honest with you. Hope for the same results, and you do everything you can, but it's been tough. You just try to do them proud, I suppose, you know?
It took him 9,173 days to get his first Saratoga Grade 1 from his first win, so you're on a much faster track than Kendrick.
And what you don't know is that win was very meaningful. Both, it was a well-needed distraction for both the stable and the family, so thank you very much, Kendrick.
Yes. It's mind-boggling how I can win some great ones in Saratoga, a little boy from Louisiana, you know, growing up.
Like Miguel said, you're basically French.
Yeah, I got some patois in me.
Next time we give orders, we're doing it in French, okay, Kendrick?
I savvy some things.
You call audibles anyway, so I mean, it doesn't really matter if you know what I'm saying or not.
Yeah,
really.
you pay me to do that, Miguel. You know, we want the right thing done.
Kendrick, what's the first thing you thought of when you crossed the line when you won the other day?
Oh man, I tell you, Miguel, it's hard not to think about my dad.
No.
It's really tough. I can tell you one thing, I got a pair of boots in the jocks room. I bought home for my dad's funeral. I never wore them no other time besides with deterministics. Those boots got 2 Grade 1s. They back on the shelf. They waiting until that point come again where we can go back and win another Grade 1 on such an amazing horse.
What were you thinking when he crossed the wire?
Thank goodness we didn't mess it up, you know? He was training very, very well. So you have pressure. You have to perform. You have to win the big races. It's pressure, but it's like a privilege, to be honest with you. and you do everything you can to get the results. You know?
My father passed in 2020, and one of the things that helped me through that process was just knowing that I was proud of him and that he was proud of me. And I can say this from a distance. I'm almost certain that your fathers are both very proud of you.
Yes.
All right, Jonathan. All right, Kendrick. Your favorite drink here? What is it?
Favorite drink?
I'm Captain Morgan ginger ale all day with a lime.
Belvedere Gimlet up.
Shirley Temple.
I had about 5 of those in the last week with my kids.
Favorite drink? Shirley Temple.
Oh, I love them too, man.
Shirley Temple, official drink of the 2025 Sword Dancer Cart Talk, brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. JK, great stuff with Miguel and Kendrick. And Miguel, not just a guest, you had like a co-host there. He started firing questions as well.
He did. He helped quite a bit. I mean, the two best lines in there, he set them up. So it worked really well. Thank goodness Acacia had set some parameters for him, some rules. He followed all of those rules when we were recording. He broke most of them when we weren't recording. And no, I mean, it's just, you know, it was one I was excited about doing because I think that many people's story starts with their fathers bringing them to the racetrack. I mean, you know, and I think that when you think about it, we were all brought here in different ways. Miguel, obviously, as a trainer, under a trainer, and Kendrick as a rider under a rider, me, a horse player under a horse player. It doesn't change the fact that our dads are so instrumental in our involvement in the game, and all of these people behind us. I bet if you ask one random person, first time you ever got here, my dad, my grandfather, and so it was a fun one to do.
And they're so cool. Different, their personalities, right? And yet on the racetrack, like they work well together, and we're seeing the dividends in a big way. A couple of Grade 1 wins.
Well, I think it was really funny when Miguel said, well, you don't listen anyway, you call audibles. And he said, that's what you pay me to do. Good riders don't need instructions. Bad riders can't follow them. Don't micromanage trainers. Let your rider do his thing.
If Farbridge wins today, Joel's going to be like, so me and Miguel on Cart Talk next week, right?
Hey, we'll run it back if we have to.
Yeah, first he has to win. Farbridge, another look at the field. Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer, Grade 1, $750,000 purse, 1.5 miles. Farbridge, number 6, 9 to 5 morning line favorite. This was a scene last year. Farbridge, Joel Rosario, Richie, and kind of taking us all by surprise and putting Farbridge on the lead.
And, you know, that's one thing about Joel Rosario. He's not afraid to do something different. If the horse is traveling and taking him properly, he just dominated the field by going gate to wire here in the Sword Dancer. And it kind of looks like we can get a similar scenario today. It doesn't look like a tremendous amount of pace, Jonathan, does it?
No, it doesn't look like a ton of pace. The problem is, I think on this day, they kind of caught him off guard a little bit. I think at the highest level, our American turf horses can beat the kind of middle of the road European turf horses.
Yeah.
When they bring their big ones, if we have a big one, we can compete. But if we have one that just kind of circumstantially wins our races, which is who I think Farbridge is, it's a little bit tougher on those types of horses. That's why I'm against Farbridge today, even if he does make the lead.
No, we're not saying he's like the theatrical just yet, Farbridge, but he is very good, a little bit quirky, Richie. We know that he likes to be inside of horses, winning last year's Sword Dancer from the 2-post, today the 6-post. Is that at all a concern that everybody kind of knows where Farbridge, the other riders, where Joel wants to be early on?
Well, even if you have that knowledge and you want to use it against him, you've got to be in front of him and then guard the rail, make sure he can't get to that spot. I'm not sure that he's just not going to go to the lead again, though, and even though he may get more pressure than last year was an excruciatingly slow pace. I think that he's going to be forward enough to find that inside position again.
And I would think that Charlie Appleby will have a plan for that. I believe, we talk about instructions, there will be instructions to one of his two riders to be a little bit more aggressive than the other one. That a first run at Farbridge, if he makes the lead, could be enough to soften him up for that third run.
Last year, Farbridge 8-1 when he won the Sword Dancer. Won't be 8-1 this afternoon. And looking to join that crew, back-to-back Sword Dancer winners. There have been 7 from Majesty's Prince in the 80s to Gufo, most recent, trained by Christophe Clement. Will Farbridge become the next? To find out this evening on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Gets started at 3 Eastern. Just 3 more weeks Summer is going by way too fast. The Sword Dancer today, as mentioned, coverage begins 3 Eastern. The Alabama next week, presented by Keeneland Sales. All kind of championship implications on the 3-year-old filly division. And finally, DraftKings Travers, August 23rd, Fox, Saratoga, Saturday. Race 2, horses in the paddock. You're looking at hours in a day. $17,500 claimers, non-winners 3 lifetime, 7/8 of a mile. Maggie in the paddock, looking at hours in a day. Maggie, what's he showing you?
The answer is never enough. I mean, with regards to the name. But hours in a day does come back here protected. So therefore, he's running for the waiver claim, meaning that they get to not have to offer him for a claiming tag for the first 2 starts off of this layoff. And sometimes you can regard it as a positive. Other times, more often than not, I find it's because they feel as though they need a start and they don't want to risk losing the horse and setting him up for a better, fitter effort down the road for somebody else. But looking at him here in the paddock, I gotta say, he does look awfully fit here and well conditioned. Is a bit of a quiet sort. Definitely, since the last time I saw him, looks better overall. So I think this is a good spot for him to come back in. I don't mind him at the 7/8. I know his last 2 wins came at 9 and 8 furlongs, but I think this is an okay spot for him to come back in. Granted, off of a voided claim. Moving on to number 3, Rivalry. I haven't seen him in a while. And since he's become a gelding, he's definitely lightened up significantly since doing so. And watching his last race, 1 1/8 at Churchill Downs, he broke forwardly. He was kind of on the wrong lead. He's a horse that definitely seems to favor his inside lead overall, and broke on it, switched to it, got his leads right, but was getting out badly throughout the running of that race and never switched to his right lead down the stretch. He comes back, he's wearing a 3/4 cup blinker. He has a Houghton bit on, so that bit that kind of is able to give the rider more power steering. Look, he looks fit, he looks happy here in the paddock. Can he run a straight course, Lafitte?
We're going to see in about 11 minutes, and we're going to see in about 11 minutes over on Fox Sports 1. Coverage moving to Fox Sports 1, as we said, doing a little channel surfing this afternoon. Yeah, we're going to get moving right now with horses in the paddock. You'll see riders up. Post-parade, 2nd of 12 races. Coming up on the Sword Dancer Saturday, coverage moving to Fox Sports 1. Farbridge, the story. Can he go back-to-back? Can he join that list of back-to-back Sword Dancer winners? Terrific day of thoroughbred racing. Pristine conditions, gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Where else would you want to be? Saratoga Race Course. And if you can't be here, we've got you covered. Live coverage, Saratoga Live over on FS1 now.
Surfing Classic. Jackie's Warrior, so fast.
Winning your end, federal judge.
And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet. Made to win the Kentucky Derby.
Obliteration is a star.
Our shot gets the win. These 2 juveniles going at it. Logans and Fortains.
Journalism has won the Break the Stakes.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new Middle Pick 5, joining the Win Early Pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
And they're off in the Grade 1 4-go. And it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 3. The leader is Yopon. 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 and 2/5 seconds.
Saratoga.
In about 5 hours on that turf course, a test of endurance will take place. It's a test of class. So who's up for it? Perhaps Irish Globetrotter Nation's pride, 22 races in 6 countries. He's been here before, 2022 Saratoga Derby winner. He's trained by Charlie Appleby, based in the UK, but right at home here in the US. This stage, this Grade 1 stage, starting to feel like home for Miguel Clement. Last Saturday, saddling Grade 1 4-star Dave winner Deterministic. Today, stablemate Farbridge steps into the spotlight. He's a sword dancer favorite with a title to defend. Farbridge gearing up. Sword dancer favorite later on this evening. Compelling storylines, top class racing. It's a Saturday at the Spa. What'd you expect? Big crowd expected. 42,000 plus last Saturday. How many will attend this summer bash? So glad you could join us on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 1. Race 2, riders up, post-parade brewing as we inch closer and closer to the main event. That's Sword Dancer. Welcome, everyone. Trackside, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This weekend is like no other this summer at Saratoga. Typically, the bigger races here week after week, the dirt races, like the Whitney last week or the Alabama or the Travers. But this weekend, the marquee events all on grass, and the centerpiece is that Grade 1 Sword Dancer Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Take a look at the field, marathon, mile-and-a-half, Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer, and the star of the show, Farbridge number 6, 9 to 5 morning line favorite with star jockey Joel Rosario in the saddle. So I welcome in my co-host, and they're playing our song with the post-parade brewing behind us. He's Jonathan Kinchin, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Guys, these Saturdays at Saratoga, like one of those days you just wake up happy to be a horse racing fan.
Absolutely, and we got something for everybody. We got turf sprints, we got dirt sprints, and we got routes. We got something for everybody.
Yeah, it's one of those fun days, especially because we get to see some international participation, right? We get coming over from across the pond, and these turf races always makes for an interesting dynamic. We'll know who the leader of that long on the turf division is later this evening.
So much to get to. Buckle up. We'll be here all afternoon. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Race 3 will kick off that mandatory pay pick 5. The second, sorry for not going in order, starts the early pick 4. Race 9, Fasig-Tipton, Saratoga Oaks. Race 10, Resorts World Casino, Sword Dancer. There will be some channel surfing on Fox FS1, FS2. Fox Saratoga Saturday begins at 3 Eastern. Summer going by so quick, but so much great racing still ahead. So get involved. NyraBets.com. Sign up today. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now. NyraBets.com. Race 2 coming up. Take a look at the field corresponding odds. Dad's Good Runner is out 7. Strong Glint, the current favorite, at 2 to 1. These are just $17,500 claimers. Restricted, the restriction. None of them have won 3 races, so all 2 for something and all for sale. Let's meet the field starting with Hours in a Day.
Yeah, this horse has not run in quite some time, not since November. Comes in here fresh off a layoff for a speed horse. I worry about the stamina.
Right up, off the board, 2 straight at the level, then Rivalry, owned and trained by Jose D'Angelo.
Yes, this is a horse who also has a little bit of speed, puts the blinkers on, but has been going longer. Should be appreciate the cutback.
King Moonracer, 18 to 1 runner-up at the level.
Yeah, I thought that was an okay effort last time. Does feel like he's going to have to bring his A-plus effort, though.
Just Clarity, Flavien Prat retains a call.
Yeah, this horse has a race that was fast enough, but unfortunately it was 5 races ago.
Glint likes to mix it up early.
And he's got that outside position turning back in distance. Linda Rice and Irad Ortiz Jr. looking to sweep the early double.
Nobody's going in order. Not me, not the horses, and this one turning the wrong way. Shipman, 3rd at the level opening week.
3rd at the level. Got to set a pretty sedate pace for a 6-furlong race. I think they're going to be going a bit quicker early in this one.
Field for the second, post time 3 minutes. Maybe you're just tuning in. Want to play the races? Don't have past performances? Equibase has you covered. Equibase Past Performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances and all the races on today's show. So we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale in the winner's circle. Welcome to the broadcast, Maggie. Right now, you'll be evaluating these $17,500 claimers. Later, you'll be a horseback talking to very happy jockeys.
Yeah. Greatest job on the earth. It is not lost on me, Lafitte. And later on as well, in that sword dancer, we'll see a one-eyed horse by the name Rebel Red who will go out for trainer Cherie DeVoe. We'll have more on his story on that Fox broadcast, but he's not the only one-eyed wonder on today's program. Your current 2-to-1 favorite Glint in here is also missing his eye, his left eye to be exact, but he lost it at a very young age as I believe a yearling in a paddock accident. So he has dealt with this the majority of his life, and you don't even notice, as I'm sure he doesn't now either, because all of his other senses are so well tuned and adapted to dealing with that. I just think he is the class of this field. He was beaten by the favorite last time out, and talking with connections, it seems like when he finds himself on the lead, he just gets a little lost, maybe waits on horses a bit, and it feels like there's some other speed in here as now he's going to cut back in distance a bit here. I like what I'm seeing from him in the warm-up. He's always a horse that does get a little hot, so don't consider that as a negative. It's always what he does. But overall, his coat and his flesh look better than ever, which is something Linda Rice is just so good at doing with her horses, improving the way that they look physically. We'll check in with the co-favorite. That's number 3, Rivalry. He's one that in his first start for Jose D'Angelo going the 9 furlongs, he broke forwardly. He was on his wrong lead. So meaning that when horses break, especially going 2 turns, they're meant to break with their outside lead. He broke on his inside lead. The jock got him to switch, and he got his leads right from there on out, but he started getting out so badly, especially down the backside. Then he continued to do so and never switched off his left lead down the stretch again. Now he is wearing a cage bit. The blinkers do go on, a 3/4 cup blinker, and he has lightened up significantly since I last saw him because he is now a gelding. Looks as though he's doing well enough heading into this effort, and he's sharp, which I like to see with these horses turning back in distance. I just don't think he's as trustworthy as your current 9-to-5 favorite. Then taking a look at a bit of a long shot, that's number 6, Shipman. And Andy Sterling, who is also on our broadcast, brought up a good point when it comes to Joe Sharp. He's been having a very successful year from Fairgrounds to Churchill to here at Saratoga, but he's winning with very logical horses. This horse is not highly regarded. He looks phenomenal, though. I will say that. Totally dapple, great flesh on him overall. I spoke with his assistant, Larita Lindemann, who I think does a fabulous job, because I wanted to know about the equipment with this guy, because he was getting out around the turn. He did straighten up in the stretch, but just came up tired. He does always wear that cage bit, she told me, so nothing new when it comes to equipment. Maybe we can work some magic here. Maybe he finds himself a more comfortable lead as he does get out to the 7 furlongs. Lafitte?
A cage bit, Richie, like akin to what?
Power steering. Some horses just are a little bit more headstrong, a little bit tougher to steer or manage, slow down, not wait on their rider's cues. Cage bit gives the rider a lot more control. Best way I can describe it, power steering.
He could use a cage bit from time to time on this broadcast. We need him to straighten out.
I'm just kidding. I was lucky that
why'd you say what?
There
I
was
wasn't paying attention.
There was no camera, so no one knew you were pointing at me.
Everybody knows who I was talking to. Everybody knows. Glint, with one eye, Richie, how does that complicate things for the rider?
Well, a lot of horses, like Maggie was talking about, they handle it so well and they're used to it, and you don't know, exactly what stage of their life they lost it. So some of them, it's not a hindrance at all. Being outside, Irad Ortiz has options and can probably keep more of that kickback, that dirt thrown in his face.
Everybody loves a one-eyed horse. Everybody loves betting them. Patch should have been 1,000 to 1 in the Derby. One eye, he was 14 to 1 at post time. And Glint, the favorite in this second race. Irad Ortiz, leading rider, looking to sweep the early double as we hand things off to Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 2 of 12 on this Sword Dancer Saturday on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1.
Just Clarity, second to last. and Glint will be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. And shortly after the start, Rivalry took up and is last. It's Right Up who sprints up to take the lead. Shipman came away in second, and they're followed by Just Clarity third. Glint on the outside, 3.5 off them in fourth. Then it's King Moon Racer racing 2 clear of Hours in a Day, and Rivalry is outside of him. So it's Right Up, ridden along for that early speed, has it 3/4 of a length. Shipman in pursuit, second, heading to the half-mile pole. It's another 3 lengths back to King Moon Racer. Just Clarity losing a couple of spots. On the far outside comes Glint. Hours in a Day is moving along the inside. And 3 to the trailer, Rivalry. 23-1 for Right Up. Shipman a neck back second. Glint steadily advancing while 3 wide in third. And then it's King Moon Racer along the rail in fourth as they come through a half in 46-1. Right Up, Shipman, Glint on the outside. Wide, but very much in the thick of it. In the meantime, King Moon Racer is down on the inside in fourth. They're coming to the 8th pole, and Glint powers up to take the lead away from Right Up, who's trying his best. It's Glint, Right Up, King Moon Racer, 16th pole. Glint puts the final touches on a Linda Wright Sarat Ortiz double. Glint opens up late, wins by 5 widening lengths. Hours in a Day gets up for a Rice exacta. Then it's a photo for third between Right Up and King Moon Racer.
Uh-oh. Arad Ortiz feeling it early on the Saturday program. Sweeps the early double. Glint by several. Richie, at the start, what happens with the colt his brother's riding in Rivalry, the gelding?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that he lost service. Horse broke out pretty hard. He bounced off of that. Wow, he lost his balance when he had that bump. His momentum was all to the outside. He gets hit, and almost came off, and he lost his inside stirrup. You can see he's sitting on him going out to the clear here. And this always is remarkable to me. Watch now, he gets his stirrup back, and that's just leg strength. Gripping with your calves and then being able to lift yourself back into the stirrup.
Incredible athleticism, strength to stay in the saddle and get the toe back into the stirrup. That's Jose Ortiz. No such issues for brother Arad going to work on Glint, JK, and Glint responds.
Yeah, one of the things that's always so impressive to me about Irad, if you didn't see our first race here today, he won in wire-to-wire fashion on the front end. This race, he comes from off the pace. He doesn't have a weakness in terms of the types of horses he can ride and the types of situations he can navigate a victory on. He's the best rider in the room and maybe in the world for a reason.
Now Steph Curry, he sees a couple go through the hoop, and you know he could knock down the next 7, 8, 9 3-pointers. Just like breathing, it becomes that easy for him when he steps into that zone. Arad Ortiz gets into one of those zones, and that's how easy he can make it look out there and just pile up win after win after win.
He does win in bunches, and he's got horses in the right place. And this race itself was a perfect example why that outside post is such a benefit going 7 furlongs or a 1-turn mile. He was just out in the clear, comfortable. His horse getting in a good rhythm, and he set him down. But I'm waiting for the day that Irad sweeps a card. I mean, I don't think it'll be a 12-race card.
Not impossible. Not
Saturday,
impossible.
yeah, maybe a Wednesday.
Yeah,
Hold on, guys,
9-race card.
I'm directing here. Cue the drone. Thank you. Overhead look, Richie. Another look at what happens here with the 3 in Rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, the horse himself caused the problem by ducking out and then bouncing off of the 4, King Moon Racer. And Jose nearly came off, did a great job to stay in the middle of him. And now he let him go out to the clear until he can regain his stirrups and regain control of the horse.
I know it's all reaction at that point as you watch Brother Arad do his thing, but like what is going through your mind when you're involved in that kind of bumping and jostling leaving the gate and you lose an iron?
Well, I think it's less thought process and instinct takes over. You know what you have to do to correct the situation. You know, I don't want a pilot when something goes wrong with the plane to overthink the situation. I want him to deal with it. He's the pilot in that situation. He's just got to deal with it.
Perhaps doesn't see as well as the rest, but much faster than this crew in Glint, taking down race 2 of 12 on this Saturday at Saratoga. Arad Ortiz, 2 wins thus far. How much damage will he do when it's all said and done? How much damage will Farbridge do this evening? Long distance turf star, 3-time Grade 1 winner, and the favorite in today's Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Coverage brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Randy Sarf hoping that statue will look identical tomorrow. Farbridge's owner. Can he go back-to-back? First things first, to Maggie and the winner's circle.
Please be here with a winning owner, Anthony Garino of Red Storm Stable. And Anthony, you were telling me back in the paddock, look, this is the right logical spot for this guy, and you proved to be emphatically right.
Yeah, we wanted to get him some confidence. I kind of thought he'd get claimed. We gave him enough chances, for a little higher level, and we're up here. We want to win a race. And, a little sad to see him go, but it's part of the game. He won the starter first off, so I thought we were going to shoot for the stars with him, and took a shot and I wanted a 1-2 turns, didn't work out in the slop. And so here we are. We wanted to win a race.
You won a race at Saratoga before you get to go home.
We did, and even better than that, I had Rick Pitino, the head coach of St. John's, jump on my winning circle picture.
I wouldn't know where you got the stable name from, so where's that come from?
So I graduated St. John's a lot earlier before Coach took over the reins, but I was the first Garino to graduate college, and I was very proud of that. And the genius that I am, owned a horse before a house. So I said, I'm going to name my stable name something that's never going to change because I wasn't going back to school. So I said, I'm going to do Red Storm Stable, and I'm proud to have done that in homage to the university who helped mold my life and provide a lot of opportunities for me. It's worked out well.
And you have really capitalized on all those opportunities. You've done very well for yourself and your family. Congratulations. You're not bad at owning horses either.
Thank you. Yeah, I take a lot of pride in it. It's like my work of art. You know, when an artist paints a picture, me, you'll look back at my horses that I claimed, moved up, improved upon. that's my work of art.
Makes you happy. Well done. Very cool to have Coach here in the winner's circle with you as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, Anthony Garino, living his horse racing dreams. Making some pretty good art, too.
Usually you've made some pretty good choices in life if you spend some time, any time whatsoever, in a Saratoga winner's circle, the owner of a winner.
Yeah, you did something right. Either hanging out with the right people or buying the right horses, or you're very swift and sneaky. You get right past that security guard.
I've seen that happen.
From time to time, Glint, Linda Rice, winning trainer. That's 2 for Linda, yes?
Yeah.
She won the opener. Linda Rice, 3rd in the standings, and right there with Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher, already a 2-time Saratoga winning trainer, and of course the only female trainer who captured a title here. We march on. Race 3 begins the mandatory pay pick 5 2-year-old fillies of the New York bred variety turf sprint, and early on, Charlotte's Universe trading trouble, both 5-2 with about 20 minutes to post. And when we come back, trainer Miguel Clement, you know, all about Far Bridge. That's just part of the story. Big picture, like in short, life has changed for the 34-year-old trainer. That's next.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Sadness.
Diagnosed with metastatic uveal melanoma.
A lot of people did not know they had cancer for 2+ years because he didn't want it to be common knowledge and he didn't want us to treat him any differently.
It was very important to Dad that we maintain our strength as a family, and he gave us those tools to get through this tough time together. And so all of us really stepped in.
He actually had a plan long in advance. We thought about the stable, what my role would have to be.
He never missed a single day at the stable. When Christoph was sick, when Christoph passed, I don't think Miguel ever felt concerned, but I think that there was a deep sadness that he would train without his father there.
A very well done feature, a touching feature. You'll see it in its entirety during the Fox Saratoga Saturday broadcast. You can get started at 3 Eastern. We don't want to go into the core of what the feature is about, Richie. But in terms of Miguel Clement and now calling the shots as the guy, as the trainer, how important this successful summer he's had thus far at Saratoga? How important was that for him this summer?
Oh, extremely important. You know, anybody that was close to Miguel and watched him grow up and the way he was schooled by his father to be a horse trainer, I didn't have any doubt he would make that transition seamlessly. But you have to deliver. And he said on your Cart Talk, pressure is a privilege. Enormous pressure, because you have owners that are going to show loyalty to a point. But at the end of the day, it's a business. And if they feel like their business interests aren't being best served, they're going to move those horses. So he needed to make a statement. And he has made a statement, the start he's gotten off to, taking over the reins, no pun intended, of the stable.
The opportunity, JK, to saddle 2 Grade 1 winners in the matter of a week at Saratoga. Last week, deterministic. Today, Farbridge and the Sword Dancer.
Yeah, I mean, it says a lot about the operation as a whole and what that operation, where it stood in racing. It says a lot about the process of them making sure the transition was going to be smooth for their owners who had believed in them, both of them, Christophe and Miguel. It's still a tough thing for me to think of, because, you know, when my dad passed, I was able to get lost in my work, which was different than that.
Yep. Right.
Miguel's not able to do that. His work was his father. His work is his father. And so turning that page had to be that much more difficult.
And that feature in its entirety a little bit later on this evening on Fox Saratoga Saturday. We'll stick to the X's and O's in the meantime and get back to this Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer. You see the field, 1.5 mile Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Farbridge, the favorite, at 9-5. This was opening week, JK. The Grade 2 bowling green on yielding ground. Farbridge defeats El Razine, who he'll meet again today. But it's not that simple, is it?
No, Farbridge couldn't have gotten an easier, softer, better, no stone in his way trip. El Razine, for some reason, ended up with a wide trip and in a race where the only horse he needed to keep his eyes on was the one that's way out there in front with the bright yellow silks on.
How many horses in the race?
4.
How wide was he?
Well, the form says 7 wide. I counted 6 wide. I honestly think that's harder to do than maybe just staying right in behind Farbridge and letting him lead you. You know, in turf racing, you want live cover. You want to be the halfback following Larry Zonka, the fullback, through the line. Well, you had the perfect fullback in Farbridge, and you chose to go about as wide as you could possibly go in a small field.
Trying to go back-to-back is Farbridge. And then in terms of looking for the competition, look for the boys in blue. Godolphin, Nation's Pride, JK. 2 Grade 1 wins stateside the Globetrotter. Here's one of them, last summer's Arlington Million at Colonial Downs.
Yeah, one of our premier Grade 1 races in this country, although it doesn't take place at its original home of Arlington Park, which has been closed down. Nation's Pride is a talented horse from a trainer who is sensational with bringing over Grade 1 horses to this country and winning those races. The problem is Nation's Pride didn't run particularly well last time. I try not to play the musical jockeys game because it's a game that you can make a mistake playing, but I'll tell you this, William Buick picked this horse.
But it's El Cordobis. Look out now. Last month, this is Newmarket in the UK. Group 2, Princess of Wales, Richie. El Cordobis providing jockey William Buick with his 2000th British winner.
Wow, and listen, William Buick's my favorite rider from Europe. I love the way he does everything, tactically, position, the way he finishes, much more American style. And he winds up on Nation's Pride. But Nation's Pride has already won at the Grade 1 level, the highest level, where El Cordobis has not. He has won at the Grade 2 level. But I feel like he might be more of the 1.5 mile specialist. Where I think Nation's Pride, even though he's one going a mile, is better going 1.25 miles.
For trainer Charlie Appleby, since 2021, 8 Breeders' Cup wins. Overall, 11 Breeders' Cup wins. In terms of trainers with at least 3 Breeders' Cup wins, he has the highest win percentage. These are the Breeders' Cup races, some of the hardest races to win in the world. He's like in Ted Williams country. He's batting .410, 41% strike clip. And Appleby, there's no proven formula about bringing horses from the UK to win Grade 1 races in the States, but whatever it is, like he's kind of figured it out.
Well, I think one of his incredible strengths or talents as a horseman, Charlie Appleby, is recognizing what horses will adapt to American-style racing better than others. He has a lot of talented horses there, but I'm sure he's reluctant to bring some of them here because maybe they won't break as sharp. Maybe they won't handle the tighter turns. I think he handpicks the horses that he knows will be able to compete with this style.
Strong 1-2 punch for Godolphin and Appleby and the Sword Dancer this evening. Godolphin never having won a Sword Dancer. Maybe that changes tonight. You'll find out on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Just 3 weeks remain. Tonight's Resort World Casino Sword Dancer. Next week, Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. And eventually, the DraftKings Travers Sovereignty Derby Belmont winner. He breezed this morning. We'll have more on that later in the broadcast. As for the live racing, and this third race with New York bred 2-year-old fillies about to sprint 5.5 furlongs on a firm outer or melon turf course. There's the field, and you're looking at number 7, Trading Trouble, 7-5. But Maggie, let's start with number 3 in Charlotte's Universe. Let's start with Trading Trouble, who is 7-5. What's she showing you?
You want, Lafitte. It's your show. Yeah, we'll start with Trading Trouble. Sure, that's no problem. She's the favorite in here. She ran very well first time out, despite being incredibly green in the prelims. She is so much more professional here today in the paddock, and Connections kind of attuned to that fact that she was a bit distracted and full of herself in her last start. They've kind of kept her more quiet in the saddling stalls, and she has responded beautifully here today. And if anything, because she is a bit of a bigger, heavier filly, she is tucked up quite nicely. So all things good with your favorite here. As we'll check in with a horse that is coming out of the same race. That was a horse that took a lot of money. Number 3, Charlotte's Universe for Mark Casse. She, I thought, looked as though she needed to strengthen. She was very kind of flat-backed looking. She lacked a bit of an engine, and boy, has a race done her particularly well. She just has really blossomed just from that first start to the second here today. She was so poised and classy acting in her debut. It's much the same here again. Things you like to see, especially with the young fillies. You don't want them to be, too flustered by that first start. You want them to remain calm if they were so in their debut. So I think Charlotte's Universe will make a better showing of herself, and I like the fact that she showed speed in that debut, which I wasn't necessarily expecting, though she might have company on the front end with the inside runner, number 2, Run on State. So you never know how dirt speed's going to translate to turf speed. Obviously, I wasn't at Ellis Park for her debut. She is quite fizzy here in the paddock. She came in, she's been the one that's not bad, but just on edge, on the muscle. And I do think she'll appreciate switching to the turf. The dam won her first start as a 2-year-old on the turf, though the second dam off the tracks, multiple graded stakes winning dirt sprinter, and going long for that matter. She's quite petite, quite effeminate looking. I wish there was more substance to her, but I do think this is the right spot for her to be effective as well as getting against New York bred company for the first time. As we'll jump to the outside with a first-time starter, I like number 8, Fancy Lights in here. I am not that familiar with the sire Galilean, but there isn't much pedigree. This is purely a horse that I have liked what I've seen from her in her workouts, going out for George Weaver, who's so efficient with these types. Going way back on July 14th, she was working with Regalton, who participated in the Galway. Didn't run that well, but the fact that George thought, hey, I think this filly can match up well enough with an older winner, then I thought that spoke volumes. And I love the way she moves. She really kind of lowers herself into stride and attacks the ground and uses that stride length to her advantage. Here in the paddock, she has been a total professional, looks incredibly fit and well defined, kind of an interesting color. Yeah, they're calling her gray. She's almost a strawberry roan type of color almost, but I think she's highly intriguing here at 9-1. Lafitte?
See if she runs to her appearance. Fancy Lights. The appearance and the colors of this canoe for owner Mike Rapoli. And the rest of us getting vertigo. There it is. Fierceness, last year's Travers winner, that thriller, Denying Torpedo Anna. That's what it looks like now. What will it look like in 2 weeks? The Travers Sovereignty, Derby winner, Belmont winner, anticipated Travers favorite. Breezing this morning, Richie. Oklahoma training track, solo, obviously, a half mile in 48.89. What are you seeing?
What I'm seeing is that they better go buy more blue paint, because I think that canoe will be solid blue after the Travers. As good as he looked all year watching him work, it feels like he's even taking it to another level. Neil Poznansky aboard, longtime assistant to Bill Mott, one of 5 riders to ever win Rookie of the Year, the Sovereign Award and Eclipse Award as an apprentice jockey. Horse just looks like he's continuing to get better and thrive.
In just 2 weeks, Jonathan, the brightest star in the sport takes the stage at Saratoga for a second time, a third time.
Yeah, Richie's saying getting better. I mean, that's a scary thought.
That is scary.
Because he's pretty darn good already. And I think that he is. That's the interesting thing about him in comparison to last week's Whitney winner, Sierra Leone, is Sovereignty is a 3-year-old. He's going to continue to improve and to get better and to grow up a little bit. We kind of know who Sierra Leone is. That's what makes the Travers so interesting to see him, but then even further on throughout the year, maybe even the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Like more focused in his training. All of a sudden, he's more tactical, where he can be in the race closer, not come as far back as he wants to, like he did in the Kentucky Derby. Sovereignty, 2 weeks, DraftKings Travers. Here, third race, post-parade, these New York-bred 2-year-old fillies, you're looking at Run-On States.
Run-On States, good effort on dirt. The mare did win her only start, and that was on turf.
Charlotte's Universe ran 4th at the level mid-July.
Took money on debut and showed some speed.
Bickerton, T&J Stable, Timothy Hill's own first-time starter.
Yeah, did not break well last time. A little, just kidding.
No, I just, I do it. Miami said, don't feel bad. I introduced a filly who scratched. Miami Styles, Joe Orsino shocked us with a 2-year-old yesterday.
Yes, sent a very good-looking debuter yesterday. This filly's going to have to improve against Irad.
Trading Trouble, big effort last month in her debut.
Yeah, taking money. Didn't take a lot of money last time, but was close to a pace that was pretty darn quick.
Maggie liked what she saw. Fancy Lights.
Got good marks from the Daily Race Form Clocker report, and leave George Weaver out in turf sprints at your own peril.
What a first half of the meet. Trainer George Weaver, especially with the turf sprinters. Hannah's Hideaway, the Hills Field Stable debuting filly.
Yeah, this horse has been entered a couple of times, scratched in both situations. I don't know if it was, not sure what the reason was, but it doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy.
I don't know about Probable Choice's debut, if that makes me feel warm and fuzzy. Non-factor in her first attempt, 27-1, and yeah, just like her first race, behind the rest of them.
Yeah, she didn't break particularly well in that start. Something that you definitely want to do in these turf sprints.
2-year-old filly sprinting 5.5 furlongs. New York bred. Probable Choice, outsider. Trading Trouble, though, the 6-5 favorite, Richie, on this picture perfect Saturday afternoon at Saratoga. It's not guaranteed, right? Summer, yes, you hope for this. Far from a guarantee, but another pristine afternoon for thoroughbred racing at the August place to be.
Yeah, it's always great when we don't get a lot of rain. The races can stay on the turf. Everybody's a lot more comfortable, and it's warm, but it's not as humid as it can get up here.
As you can see, warming up is Trading Trouble. Her unveiling, week 2 of the meet, same level. She was 12-1, JK. Trading Trouble, chases a hot pace, strikes the front eventually, but run down in the end.
Yeah, 12-1 tells me one of two things. One, doesn't have talent, or two, needs a race. I'm going to go with needs a race because the horse actually ran pretty well. So if the horse needs a race, comes up a little bit short in this race, you'd like to think that that needing of the race will now allow Trading Trouble to finish that race a little bit more. That's going to happen right over our shoulder here in about 2 minutes.
Trading Trouble, 6-5 for Flavien Prat. His mounts this afternoon. How much damage will he do? We know what he did last summer in the 7 Grade 1 wins. He isn't winning as many races this summer, but he's winning some of the more important races, i.e. another Diana and last week's Whitney.
Yeah, and listen, I think he's a little bit of a victim of his own success, right? He last year, there was an unbelievable run he was on in stakes, but he's still in the money category up at the top of the list.
Yeah, I mean, and look, when you have a guy like that who's going to get on premier horses, sometimes there's ups and downs. It's what's so impressive with Irad's consistency, right, is it's not easy to be as consistent as Irad is. It's almost more normal what Flavian's going through, to have the ups and the downs.
He's on Trading Trouble here. Maggie, we heard your thoughts on one first-timer in Fancy Lights. You like what you saw from her. What about another that'll break to her outside in Hannah's Hideaway?
Yeah, and so much so with Fancy Lights that she'll be my selection. I know I'm going against 2 horses that have experience coming out of that same race in number 7 Trading Trouble, as well as Charlotte's Universe, but why not take the bigger price on a George Weaver horse? You know, but taking a look at number 9 here, Hannah's Hideaway. I think I know why she's been scratched, JK referencing it. It's because she was originally trained by Phil Serpy, who unfortunately is serving a suspension. So I'm sure she may have been entered, and a lot of his horses had to scratch when that all came to fruition. So looking at her, though, she has a lovely New York bred turf pedigree. She is the dam at 3 for 14 on the turf. She's New York bred stakes winner. She also is a half to It's All Coming Together, who, by the way, is a weekend hideaway as well, and Lady Joan, both of which New York bred stakes winners on the turf. Wow, that means Fancy Lights has no shot at all that we've all picked her. But Hannah's Hideaway, good substance to her. She has a nice size overall. She's completely dappled. It just feels like maybe a little bit more ground is warranted, and maybe just a start to get her going, to get that overall fitness. I think there's quality here, as many of the foals, if not all of them, have been. So take the wait and see approach, see how she runs today. Total outlier in the field. You're like, Maggie, why are you talking about Probable Choice? Probable Choice has turf pedigree, and she absolutely 100% looks like a turf horse. Now, whether she has any talent or ability remains to be seen, and she's been awfully tough to handle. Back in the paddock, she broke post parade. She's giving poor Lorna, our pony lady out there on the racetrack in Mango, some difficulties, but I really think Lafitte, she's going to appreciate switching surfaces today.
I mean, there's dressing up for a big day at the races, and there's that.
Why the long face?
Well, it is one of my favorite racetrack sayings. That, you know, I've heard Andy Serling say it. I've heard others say it. I don't know who originated it, but like when you're talking about a horse being slow, you could say we could beat him in a horse suit. You know, two of us.
Because people are running around in horse suits.
Who I don't think that horse could beat is a 2-year-old. First-time starter.
That was slick.
Turf sprinting.
That was slick.
Wow. Turf sprinting in a maiden race for George Weaver. One more time. 2-year-olds debuting maiden special weight in a turf sprint. The last year, he's 6 for 9, 67%. And the last 2 years, 50%, 7 for 14. If you do anything in racing at higher than 30%, you're doing outstanding. They're going to put you in the Hall of Fame. He's doing really well with these types of horses in the last couple of years.
That segue was even better than Why the Long Face.
Man, I thought the golf talks were great. That might have been your greatest move this summer, just there.
Meantime, Fancy Lights, though, acting up here pre-race. You all had the 8 in the last race. Glint, that worked out. You're all on Fancy Lights, but can't love what you're seeing here, Richie, though. This happens. First day on the job. Now they have her in the gate. Let's see how she performs. Frank Mirmati with the call. New York bred 2-year-old filly sprinting on turf. The third live on Fox Sports 1.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Charlotte's Universe bounces out sweetly and will go straight to the front. Trading Trouble, the favorite, right up alongside the challenge. And these two have pulled 2 lengths clear in the opening strides. Probable Choice, Run on States is on the inside, and a 3-wide Fancy Lights is not far behind, just 3 lengths off Charlotte's Universe. It's another 2 back to Miami Style, racing on the inside of Hannah's Hideaway, who just went by that rival and is passing a couple of others. The trailer is My Boston Beauty. The opening quarter in just under 22 seconds. Charlotte's Universe in hand leads the way over Trading Trouble. Fancy Lights in her debut, moving up on the outside third there at the top of the stretch. Charlotte's Universe clinging to a narrow lead, challenged by Trading Trouble with the white blinkers. These two head and head with 1 furlong to go. Trading Trouble now gets a narrow advantage from Charlotte's Universe. 3 lengths back, Fancy Lights is third. It's Trading Trouble pulling clear in the end. Trading Trouble wins it by 2. Charlotte's Universe was second. Fancy Lights held third. And it's a photo for fourth that did involve My Boston Beauty as well as Hannah's Hideaway in Miami Style.
Buck Butler's homebred, ready to rock and roll in her second career start. Trading Trouble for trainer Mike Maker. Flavia Pratt graduates in her second career start.
Broke really sharp, was always set up just off the flank of Charlotte's Universe, and Buck Butler, last year's New York thoroughbred leading breeder, making a case for another run at it. Looked like all of us were going to be in good shape with the 8 Fancy Lights, who loomed up, was extremely green, flattened out. But I saw not only Manny Franco on her back, I saw Jonathan, Maggie, and myself. So I think we weighed her down pretty good.
Weight of the world, and yeah, she's killing her trainer's stats. George Weaver, Fancy Lights, having to settle for third in her debut. Experience with 2-year-old fillies, we've seen it time and time again. The filly who had the race under her belt moves forward and breaks through.
George's stats still same. Still 60% in the last year with first-time starters and 2-year-old on the turf in maiden special weights. I will say this about Trading Trouble. We talked about it a little bit pre-race. When a horse doesn't take money on debut, it's one of two things typically happens. They haven't shown a lot in the morning, or it's a universal known thing they're going to need a race. The fact that this horse ran well, it clearly needs a race.
Yeah.
And then you get to come back here off of a little bit of a break and run to now what you should have probably done if you were totally fit first time out.
Mike Maker can't get a break. Wins a race at Saratoga, we're still talking about another trainer. We're looking at him right there, we're still talking about George Weaver. There's Mike Maker, and one of, it's not like it's a best kept secret in racing kind of thing, but he's right there in that upper echelon of trainers that doesn't seem to get the same run, pub, and headlines.
Well, also Mike Maker is just a very quiet individual himself. I mean, he really, you know, if you've ever interviewed him, he one-word answers a lot of time. He's not a guy that pounds his chest or bangs his own drum, if you will. And I like that shot there because there's Loretta Butler, Buck's wife, and it's a family affair. They all are into it, enthusiastic about it, and good people.
There's a lot of trainers here that win at a high percentage and have a lot of success. They get lots of $500,000, $700,000, $2 million horses. Mike Maker's one of those that I can't remember having a ton of those types of horses, but I don't understand why someone wouldn't give someone who has so much success with all kinds of horses nice, expensive yearlings to try to win big races with.
Darn good trainer, good horseman, and had this filly ready to roll. Trading Trouble. Buck Butler's homebred puts away the filly to her inside. Charlotte's Universe goes about her business, does Trading Trouble. Breaks her maiden in the third at Saratoga.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on Sword Dancer Day. We are brought to you by Hillendale Farm at Alapa Curlin. Good magic, to name a few, as I'm pleased to be joined here in the Saratoga Winner's Circle by Flavien Prat, who guided Trading Trouble to victory. You weren't on her last time, Flavien, but watching that first race, she was a big price, but she ran incredibly well. What kind of clues did she give you in that first effort that you applied to riding her today?
Yeah, I mean, I thought she was pretty straightforward first time out, and she just repeated that race today. She jumped well and got herself into the race and run a good race. Yeah.
Very professional, I thought, out there too. Now we'll see you out there again on the turf course in the co-feature, the Saratoga Oaks, Opulent Restraint, whom you'll be aboard. You've ridden her in the past, and Chad Brown has said that he likes her being forward now. Is that the game plan from that inside position?
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, as you say, we draw inside, so I'll probably jump out of there and get ourselves going into the first turn and see where we land. But yeah, it seems like she ran our best races on the front end.
El Cordobez as well in the Sword Dancer, picking up that mount for Godolphin. Talk a little bit about riding for just that global powerhouse.
Yeah, just a great, very grateful to have a chance to ride for the Godolphin team and Charlie Appleby. They always come with strong outfit, and I'm just thankful to ride for them.
Well, here's to hoping to get a few more on the card today. But congratulations here.
Thank you, Maggie.
Trading Trouble. She wasn't trading any trouble today. She was straightforward and straight to the winner's circle of feet.
Yeah, she was. Trading Trouble. Into the winner's circle, facing Tipton Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? Just a couple days out. Flavien Prat, he has that perfect, that temperament, Richie, for a rider. Never too high, never too low.
No, you've got to be consistent and you got to stay steady. You're going to have good days and some days you're going to have bad days, and you got to be able to shake them off. Never get too high when it's good, never get too low when it's bad. Eddie Maple told me something once. I got beat on a bunch of favorites. I was in a lousy mood in the jockey's room. And he looked at me and said, what are you going to do tomorrow morning? I said, I'm going to get up early, go out to the track, get on horses. He said, what if you won on 4 or 5 of those today? What were you going to do tomorrow morning? I said, get up early, go to the track. He said, so why do you get so high or so low? You're going to get up and do the same things all over again.
Great advice.
Great advice.
Great advice. The last 23 Grade 1 races here at Saratoga, Jonathan, traditional summer meet. Last 23, Flavien Prat has won 9 of them.
It's a lot. I mean, it's hard to even get mounts for some of these riders in Grade 1 races, let alone win them. And I think that's the thing we talked about a little bit earlier. He was so good last summer, there had to be a regression to the norm.
Sure.
And he's back to the norm. He's still one of the best riders in the room and the best riders in the world, and owners would be fighting to have him ride their horses. It's just not having the unbelievable success that he had last summer.
An Opulent Restraint. She's good, and she is a threat in the Saratoga Oaks.
She looks really good, but his norm is here. So last summer it happened to be there, but his norm is incredibly high.
Record-shattering summer last season at Saratoga. Flavien Prat, a couple of Grade 1 wins already this season. Opulent Restraint later in the Saratoga Oaks. We march forward. Race number 4. Allowance, mile on grass. White Palomino. Been a while since we've seen our friend White Palomino, JK. Last seen chasing. I always pronounce the name wrong. Shikari in the Grade 1 Belmont Derby last July.
There you go. You nailed it. Yeah, the thing about White Palomino is most of his best races are going a little bit longer. To me, Richie, there's a happy medium in trying to identify when a horse is going to appreciate going a little bit shorter and to intensify their kick, or if they're going to be a little bit lost and coming on too late because they need more ground. I am going to vote with White Palomino, especially at a short price. He probably needs a little bit more ground.
Well, I think what you're saying is right. He doesn't have as much acceleration, turn of foot, because he just seems like he's a little bit one pace. The high cruising speed, but maybe a mile will be a little bit sharp for him. He's coming off a layoff, over a year layoff.
Yeah, been a while.
Chad Brown won the last race yesterday with a horse for the 2.5-year layoff. So the layoff has nothing to do with our opinion.
See if there is any rust involved. 4th race, Saratoga. This iconic sporting venue, 1863 club from Saratoga Racecourse to another. iconic sporting venue and Fenway Park. Alex Bregman, Boston Red Sox third baseman. Horse owner Alex Bregman with a chance later on in the Saratoga Oaks. His filly totally justified. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Elite Power from Frankie Dettori down the outside, but Elite Power sweeps down the outside of the 200, and Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin. Frankie Dettori from Belmont in the Jadmont colours that mean so much to this part of the world. Elite Power beating the second place Goodnight in third, running on Remake.
The power of Jadmont.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile, think fast.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1, where horse racing and Major League Baseball collide. Fenway Park, Boston, Paul LaDuca, Alex Bregman, exchanging pleasantries, spending some time together this week, talking about the game and talking about Alex Bregman. Man, he can turn on a fastball. And the fact that just star, third baseman, right, World Series champion, and thoroughbred owner as well, with a chance to win this Phasic tipped in Saratoga Oaks a little bit later on this evening. Alex Bregman's totally justified, #5, 6-1 in the morning line. 3-year-old fillies with a $500,000 purse, mile and 3/16. Opulent restraint contender, 2-1. Laurelin undefeated, the 9-5 morning line favorite. But here is Alex Bregman's totally justified. A couple of starts back. This is at Churchill Downs, Jonathan, finishing second to Fionn. Fionn, who has since captured a Grade 1 event.
Yeah, a little strength of schedule nod there. You like to see that when a horse gets beat by a horse that comes back and wins again. It says that second place finish feels a little bit better than it might look on paper. Totally justified. Has a lot of class too, right? She won here as a 2-year-old, the PG Johnson. She's one that I think is going to appreciate a little bit of added ground. She's tactical. She could certainly improve with a little bit of added distance.
And if she could turn on the speed the way he turned on a fastball, that was as clear and pretty example of some. I mean, the way the bat speed was incredible. And I love that he's involved with racing. We've got a Stanley Cup winning owner, Vinny Viola, in racing. He's won a Kentucky Derby. Obviously, yesterday, Dobson went in with
Everett Dobson, owner of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Yeah.
I love when you have outside sports or celebrities involved in racing because it shows the outside world how cool this thing is.
And he's not just like a co-owner who's just kind of starting to learn the game. Like he is if he's not at practice or in a game, he is focused and watching what's happening here at Saratoga. Alex Bregman.
All in. He's talking to a handful of guys I know constantly. Reagan Swinbank, Jake Ballas he talks to. He's got a great relationship with Rusty Arnold, George Weaver.
He told you that horse couldn't lose the other day.
He texted the other day, the horse couldn't lose. He texted the next day talking about a turf sprinter that did get beat. But, I mean, he's definitely involved and plugged in. And you've noticed that athletes like that, there's only certain things that can duplicate the feeling of him turning on a fastball like that. And some of those things can be when you've had a wager on a horse that turns for home, or if you own a horse that turns for home with a chance. That feeling you get in your stomach, it's not easy to duplicate. I think these athletes really do appreciate having that outside of their sports.
Not like it's distracting him either. Last 15 games, batting around 318 is Alex Bregman. We'll see what his filly does a little bit later on this evening in this Saratoga Oaks. Totally Justified. 2 other contenders, Laurelin, who's undefeated, and Opulent Restraint. Rich, since she's been ridden a little bit differently, she's looked like a different filly.
Yeah, they kind of been getting out of her way and allowing her to do something. And listening to some comments from Chad Brown, her conditioner, yesterday, he had spoken with John Gosson about training the Dubawis, obviously Opulent Restraint by Dubawi, and you're better off leaving them alone. If they want to do a little more, let them do more. They don't want to be held up, and I think that he learned that lesson well with her.
Yeah, and it's funny, I think Chad gets this reputation that he's, as these turf horses take back, make one run, they finish better than everyone. But some of his most brilliant and best horses are ones that are forward, right? In Italian was forward. Rushing Fall was forward. Newspaper of Record, forward. This is another horse, Opulent Restraint, that when she was a 2-year-old, this is one of Chad's favorite 2-year-olds that he had, and she never really panned out to be that. But now maybe she is turning into that as she's grown up and she's adjusted her style.
What a cool subplot to this race. Alex Bregman with one filly, Totally Justify, and Bobby Flay's Go-Go Boots. Here she is in the Ribblesdale during the Royal Ascot meeting. How good do you think she is, JK?
Well, I mean, look, the horses that run on Royal Ascot Day in a Grade 2, that's Grade 1 type quality. You'll look at those silks. You'll see Qatar Racing. You see Coolmore. The list goes on of the type of horses that are in there. I believe she was held in a little bit by a stablemate from a Coolmore runner to not catch this horse who was on the front end, another Coolmore runner, although they're in different colors. I think she's pretty darn good, and I'm excited to watch her run here today. I know Bobby Flay's here. He's excited for her opportunity to run.
Pretty good week for Bobby.
Not a bad week for Bobby. Not a bad week. Yeah, sold the horse for $2.7 million across the street on Monday night at Fasig-Tipton. A gun runner colt that will go to Steve Asmussen. And then he's got Go-Go Boots running in a Grade 1 at Saratoga. Grade 2 at Saratoga, excuse me.
I like the turn back in distance for her, too. In that Ribblesdale, yes, she was leaned on, and I do think that hampered her a little bit. But I felt like she was almost a little one pace where maybe the distance was kind of, mitigating her late turn of foot, where a mile and 3/16, and just like you said, a little different company you're keeping over there in a Grade 2 on at Ascot. So.
Shaping up as a pretty good broadcast. Fox Saratoga Saturday, Paul LaDuca with Alex Bregman, Saratoga Oaks, and of course the Grade 1 Sword Dancer. We're getting there slowly but surely. Coverage on Fox begins 3 Eastern. Horses in the paddock you're looking at. White Palomino as we welcome in Acacia Clement to the broadcast. Acacia, White Palomino, yeah, it's been a while. Last seen finishing second in a Grade 1 event. Sideline since, how's he looking to you?
He looks strong off the layoff, Lafitte, and this has been a little bit of the Chad Brown special the last couple of days. In the last race yesterday in a maiden special weight, we saw a favorable scenario win off of a layoff from February of 2023. So no problems there. So this looks like it's actually a short layoff in comparison as far as White Palomino is concerned. But as you mentioned, last seen finishing second behind Trickery in that Belmont Derby back in last year. I watched some of his workouts coming in recently, was training in company with Program Trading. Another one off of a layoff has not been seen since the Manhattan of last year. But this horse looked to be moving very well and does come in a bigger body type of horse, but that's always how he was back as a 3-year-old as well. Kind of a typical Kitten's Joy in that build. They do tend to be a little bit of a stuffier type of body type, a little bit of a more burly type. So they saddled him in the shed row, accompanied by a pony, as he is on the muscle. He's definitely got run on his mind today, but he looks strong off the bench, which I do appreciate, and certainly does have some class given what he was running, the types of races he was running in before being sidelined. Take a look at a couple of other intriguing prospects. The 9 Common Defense does try the turf for the first time. He came in off of a layoff last time out and was entered for the grass when the race came off. And now this is a horse that obviously as a 3-year-old had kind of been on that Kentucky Derby trail, and he, unlike White Palomino, does have the benefit of a race to kind of fine-tune already off the bench. He finished a distant second to Gilded Kraken last time out, chasing that one, who was kind of the other main player dirt horse in the race. But I'd written down in my notes that Common Defense just really looked like he needed a race, and he has moved forward out of it. I wrote down last time too that I would be excited to see him try the turf, as while the dam never tried it, the second dam was all turf. There was a sibling who won twice on the grass, and Caraconti, the sire, a good turf influence as well. He's also more settled today, not quite as rambunctious or agitated in the paddock as he was last time. So I think there's a big chance that he will take a step forward this afternoon. The number 7, Taraj, is another one who's second off of the layoff. He came into the paddock last time where he was actually the favorite in that salty allowance for Bill Mott, and he was incredibly studdish in the paddock. He was not focused at all. Way different today, a total 180. He's been sharp, but he's not showing any sort of cultish or studdish signs here in the paddock. Furthermore, I had been watching his workouts coming into that last race. He had been refusing to switch leads in the morning or just being a little bit late doing it. He did that in the race last time too. It was his first start here in America. It was his first start off of a layoff as well. I think he's going to be much more professional throughout the running of the race too, given that he did have that start to kind of bring it all together, Lafitte.
Taraj, we were going to ask Richie to explain studdish, but too bad we have to go to break. With riders up, Derby, Belmont winning trainer Bill Mott, Lascano in the saddle, Taraj post-parade in the 4th race next on this gorgeous Saturday at Saratoga.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Picture perfect Saturday afternoon. Welcome back. Saratoga Racecourse, Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit America's Best Racing. .net today. Horses have evacuated that paddock. Front side now, there's sesame seed bagel.
Not a fan of sesame seed bagels.
Either?
Yeah, I don't like the horse that much here during the race, but I dislike the bagel significantly more.
Wally World, Manny Franco, then Laurel Valley, a Speedy Gelding 5-year-old debut.
Yeah, I mean, the pace feels like it's going to be pretty quick in here.
8-5 favorite, White Palomino, and Acacia like what she saw.
Well, Chad Brown off the layoff is not an issue, and just trying to figure out the name because he's neither white nor Palomino.
Grade 1 placed, it really doesn't matter. Sure is Prudence, Powerhouse Connections.
Absolutely. His horse ran well on debut, first time on the turf, then didn't run that great on the dirt. Getting back to the grass could help.
BF Courage, his last race was wild.
He ran off, and he was very agitated in the post and you could see that's what he starts doing, kind of slinging himself around.
Well, we'll revisit Taraj, Irish Colt, second start in the States.
Yeah, got a pace meltdown last time and still couldn't pull it off.
Pancake House, Jose Ortiz, Joe Sharp, this combination to be respected.
Yeah, coming from very hot connections in Joe Sharp and Jose, but I prefer others.
Common Defense Turf debut, Acacia reference the Turf Pedigree, 9-1 currently, make it 8-1.
Yeah, I mean, the horse had some nice races on the dirt. If the horse improves switching to the grass, he'll be right there at the end.
That's the field. Good allowance race. Mile on grass. Speaking of a good race, and with everything, I mean everything on the line. Tomorrow, don't miss it. Corgi Cup 25. 48 dogs. 48 dogs. There can only be one champion. A tradition unlike any other. 2:30 Eastern, Fox Sports 1, Corgi Cup 25. The hardware awaits. Maybe to the dog you spent some time with earlier today.
Yeah, I was at the Family Vision Care Center here in Saratoga, and I met one of the competitors.
They
Look
can
how cool that is.
flat out fly, JK.
Yeah, it's like quarter horses, but they're long and fluffy.
Get off me!
Oh, man, that one got savage. Was that Yaupan? Was that?
Firenze Fire, all by himself. Look at the stride, poetry in motion.
Did that with style there.
I mean, see, that ain't right.
Yeah, objection.
That ain't right.
That happens
That's
in the jockey's
supposed to
room,
in the
man.
jocks room. You know how geeked up and how fired up the fans are.
I'm fired up. I can't wait to see it.
I can't wait. I think we're on, but we're on for the final. Like we're on for the championship.
Well, you know, we got precluded from the championships today, so we get some championships tomorrow.
Do you have like speed figures for this kind of thing? Do you have any data to go by? Do you want pedigree, Jonathan?
Got it all, Lafitte. Speed figures, pedigree.
Well, we get the
workout
Bow Wow
reports.
speed figures, not the Buyer speed figures.
Yeah,
there.
Bow Wow. Those are the better ones, the Bow Wows. The Buyer's great at a lot of things. Corgi figures, a little weak.
Acacia, will you have like a proper, the akin to a paddock report tomorrow?
I believe that is in Maggie's shift, and she will. So that'll be fun. But I actually worked really hard to try and convince my husband for us to get an entrant because I've been bargaining for a Corgi for the last couple of years. So maybe this is a good inspiration. Train after last set and you can go for next year's Corgi Cup. So I'm working on it. But I'm a big fan of Corgis, had one when I was a little, and cannot wait to see that excitement tomorrow. But taking a look at horses on the track warming up here, there's a look at the 2 Wally World, a horse that has been in very good form since moving to Saffie Joseph's barn, and it seemed at first that he just needed a little bit of class relief, and I wonder if that just kind of helped him to get some confidence. Also, I do think that he's a horse that has really matured a lot as he's gotten older. He, for much of his career, was rather kind of underwhelming in the preliminaries, not really one that caught your attention. He has developed quite a bit. I will say, he gave them a little bit of trouble getting the blinkers on back in the paddock, not enjoying kind of having hands on his head. But once they got that on, bit warm out there. It's a warm day, but he was moving well. The number 5, Jurisprudence, is the other Chad Brown runner, and yes, he actually had a
bit of a wild trip on debut at Laurel, where he was last early, he was rushing up wide into the first turn, and then he had to go wide late, dueling in the stretch, in that long stretch over at Laurel Park, and then he didn't run well on the dirt, but I think you can forgive him that. One question I do have is that he did debut at Laurel in April, maybe kind of considering perhaps one of the lesser divisions for the Chad Brown team, but he ran well and clearly showed that this is his preferred surface, and physically stacks up very nicely with this competition in here, Lafitte.
The competition in this one, the competition tomorrow. Miguel has to get her a corgi. You could have, if we knew this before Car Talk, could have put him on the spot right then, like, hey man, when are you getting Acacia her corgi?
Yeah, Acacia said that if you don't get her a corgi, that you're not allowed to have Shirley Timbles anymore.
That's bang, there it is. Corgi there tomorrow.
Yeah, right away.
At the gate here. So what we have to watch for early on is Be of Courage, number 6. And if he does what he did in his last start, wow. I mean, horses pull and horses run off and separate from the rest of the field, but not like what he did.
No, and he really got a little bit undone in the post parade last time, slinging himself around, got really washed out. Now, he started doing that when we were watching him. I don't know if he got as bad, so maybe he'll be a bit more manageable.
He opened up by almost 20 lengths.
Yeah.
And then finished second. Actually, when you're expecting him to pack it all in, he ran well.
He ran extremely well, and I picked the horse because that race came out of nowhere. He's never done that before. Something obviously on that day circumstantial to frustrate him and for him to run that way. I do believe that if he ran well though despite that. So if you take the fact that he ran well, hopefully he runs a little bit more efficiently here, I think he could win.
As Richie mentioned yesterday, trainer Chad Brown won with a horse, hadn't raced in 2.5 years. White Palomino the favorite. First start in about 13 months. Post time for the 4th, live from Saratoga. Here's Frank Mirmati.
And they're off. And it is a quick start for Sesame Seed Bagel. And Laurel Valley is up and on the pace too. Wally World is just behind them as the top 2 speed clear into the first turn. Pancake House has 5 to make up. White Palomino settles in a nice spot along the inside. 8 lengths off this wicked duel that's taking place on the front end. Then comes Common Defense. Be of Courage is next, rounding the first turn. Outside of them, Jurisprudence, not the smoothest trip through that first turn, but now moves up 3 wide. Taraj is at the back. 22 and 3, they are motoring. And it's Laurel Valley speeding clear of Sesame Seed Bagel, heading toward the half-mile pole. A gap of 4 back to Wally World in 3rd. Jurisprudence moves up on the outside of Pancake House. Those 2 racing stride for stride as they start to close that gap on Laurel Valley, who is still in front. Down at the rail, it's White Palomino, who has 6 lengths to make up into the far turn. Common Defense, Taraj outside of them. And Be of Courage has dropped back to last, 47 flat. Laurel Valley, Jurisprudence on the outside. Sesame Seed Bagel is in between them. Wally World's had a good trip. He's looking for a spot. Pink Cap, rider looking around, trying to swing to the outside. Just brushing there with Pancake House with 1 furlong to go. Sesame Seed Bagel, Pancake House on the outside. In behind them, Wally World still waiting a spot along the inside. Here comes White Palomino, but too late. But it is Pancake House who emerged, and an unlucky Wally World to be second. 3rd to Common Defense. It's a photo for 4th between an oncoming Be of Courage, who was resurgent late. Laurel Valley and White Palomino in that photo too.
This combination, a strike again. Jose Ortiz, trainer Joe Sharp, Pancake House, closing at 10-1 in an upset in the 4th at Saratoga.
Yeah, and he got a real nice outside trip, unencumbered, clear of traffic. Unfortunately for the runner-up, Wally World, just very unlucky. No fault of Manny Franco. He was riding the right race, saving ground. He just ran out of room, kind of got blind switched by the winner, came running with a good run when he got free. And now Irad Ortiz has won 2 today so far. Jose just won 1, so 3 out of the first 4. And I heard a rumor they were going to run their mom through the digital sale, Fasig Tipton.
I'm staying clear. I'm staying clear. He won't stay clear of the winner's circle. Joe Sharp, what a meet, JK.
Yeah, I mean, he's having an outstanding meet, and Pancake House ran well in here. That's turf racing for you. Wally World, the 2, was likely best in the race. but turf racing doesn't always produce a winner that was best. Dirt racing, often that happens. That's why horse players enjoy turf racing, because some more random results could happen.
A lot of trip handicapping. Can we revisit, hopefully at some point, the issue you were referencing, and a blind switch? What's a blind switch?
Well, he's got two horses in front of him that are running out of steam, right? He wants to get out from behind them, but Jose moves and keeps that moving block on him, runs them up behind him. That's what we refer to as a blind switch.
Did not work out favorably for Wally World. Vacation fans. It all came together, though, here for Pancake House. What was the difference here in his last couple of starts? JK, Joe Sharp has him going well. 2 straight wins since joining that gentleman's stable. Richie, take us through this blind switch you were just referencing.
Yeah, you see Wally World's down on the inside in the pink cap, blue, like turquoise colors. He tries to come out right there. They're shoulder to shoulder. Jose says, no, not so fast. I'm going to put you back in that trap, back in the pocket. Now he has to steady, come out over heels. That's nothing but good, hard, clean race riding. When we talk about race riding, it's supposed to be subtle. It's supposed to be an art. It's not supposed to be quick, drastic moves. That was as well executed of putting a running block on a rival as you're going to see.
If you're on the receiving end, are you just frustrated it happened to you? Are you angry at the jockey that kept you boxed in? How do you respond?
Well, you can't be angry because Jose won it. So he's doing what he has to do to beat you in the parameters of the rules. Now, that being said, I used to get mad when I was at a horse and somebody shut me off because I can't protect myself when I'm out of horse. When I have horse, if you beat me to a place like that and put me in a pickle, my hat's off to you. You got my respect. You out-race rode me.
Fair enough. Yesterday, the same maneuver on deep sand. Deep sand. Deep satin yesterday for Jose Ortiz. So, yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He was a Rosario that he kept having in.
Yeah, and that's your job. A jockey's job is to compromise his rivals as much as humanly possible within the parameters of the rules. And he executed that perfectly. I love when I see good race riding like that. It cost me. I liked Wally World. And I still appreciate good race riding like that. And you got to love Wally World's name. He's out of a mare, Forced Family Fun. Pretty clever name.
Well done.
So you're saying when they get back to the room, Jose and Manny are friends. Will Manny say, oh, nice move?
No, I don't think he'll say anything to him. If there's any conversation, you got me. A couple of maybe dirty words and move on.
And Pancake House, JK, since joining Sharp's stable in his last couple of races here on grass, really starting to maximize his potential.
Yeah, you got to look. I mean, he switched his stable in his last start. He ran much better. And then he gets a win here at Saratoga, so he's going in the right direction since moving to Joe Sharp's barn.
6-year-old, back-to-back wins. One at Churchill Downs and here at Saratoga Pancake House. 4th overall victory. So much dissecting that goes on. You can watch these turf races, and that's why we're so excited about the racing a little bit later on. And the Saratoga Oaks and the Grade 1 Sword Dancer, you'll have to go back and watch 7, 8, 9 different replays just to get all of the intricacies that happen during the trips for all the horses.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pancake House paying a generous $22.40 over Wally World. Your favorite was just absolute no-show, actually. Jurisprudence was in a good spot. Not Jurisprudence, it was White Palomino was in a good spot and just didn't fire. If there's 10 horses in a turf race, to really understand the race and figure out the trips, you got to watch it at least 10 times.
Now here's another. With Pancake House, Jonathan, sitting in right behind the leaders, waiting for his cue from Jose Ortiz. He gets it and he responds and keeps Wally World hemmed in.
Yeah, I mean, Wally World was loaded with a lot of horse underneath him, and Manny Franco, like I said, I think he was best in this race. If he doesn't get sawed off and he can find the seam, I think he's probably the winner there. But that's turf racing, that's race riding.
But I also think that it's a good example of that wasn't a bad ride from Manny Franco.
Yeah.
That was an unlucky ride. You win turf races by saving ground. He was in the perfect position 9 out of 10 times. Something opens up, somebody drifts. He got unlucky. But just because a horse doesn't get through, it's not always the rider's fault. He rode the right race.
You can play good defense, and a guy can knock down a jump shot right in your face.
Exactly. He did everything right. He just got unlucky.
To Acacia in the winner's circle.
Very happy to be joined by Jason Ritchie from Royal Steed Racing. Jason, your first Saratoga win. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is 100% what dreams are made of, and it just every day it's just being around the horses and Joe's barn, and I mean they're just a class act, and we wouldn't be here without him and that team, and this is just amazing. You just can't put this into words.
And he's done such a great job with this horse too. Now back-to-back wins and won pretty comfortably today. That had to be really exciting.
A little terrifying to be in that good a position, turning for home, but you know, we've seen Jose in that position before, and I thought, oh my gosh, we might actually break the seal at Saratoga today, and you know, it's just Joe got him back after he got a little break this winter, and he's just excelled in Joe's barn. He's just done so well, and he loves up the cool mornings up here in New York. So we were pretty optimistic, but it's horse racing and it's Saratoga.
And it's a fun name in Pancake House, out of Pancake, but you said he kind of embraces his name.
He does. He lives up to it every day. He's a bit of a ham. We were laughing walking over. I said if the 12 and under crowd is any indication, we're a lock, because everybody was pancake, and you know, we joke on race days, he's always got his tongue out, and we call it syrup day when it's race day. So, you know, we'll get him some pancakes and syrup.
He deserves it, Jason. Huge congratulations.
Thank you so much. Dreams. Yeah, absolutely.
It's syrup day, Lafitte.
The excitement of being in that Saratoga winner's circle, Pancake House, onward and upward in race number 4. So much racing, so much top-class racing still coming your way, including on Fox Saratoga Saturday, the America's Best Racings. Race of the week, what else? Grade 1 Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer, 1.5 miles on grass Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Let's meet the field. Starting with the first of 2 for Godolphin, El Cordomus, all set for his U.S. debut.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is a horse that William Buick had ridden a bunch of times and has decided, I would imagine he had the choice to ride the other one, Nation's Pride. It's a little bit of a negative for me. I do think he's a nice horse, though.
Rebel Red lost his eye last summer at Saratoga, and he marches on.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's really affected him in a negative way. He was very good, too, back at Churchill in a listed stake. Didn't translate so well to a grade 2. How's he going to handle a grade 1?
Vote no, 4th in the UN at Monmouth.
Yeah, just it seems like one of those horses that probably in too deep of waters. I don't think the horse has no shot, but man, a lot of things are going to have to go his way.
Perhaps too deep of water for Padiddle.
Yeah, he didn't jump into the deep end of the pool. They dropped him in the middle of the ocean here. This is a very, very tough spot. A lot of things would have to happen to his rivals for him to be successful here, in my opinion.
The boys in blue, 2nd at 2 for Godolphin, and Charlie Appleby, Nation's Pride, 2nd choice.
It's hard for me not to follow William Buick here. William Buick having the choice, I would imagine, to ride either one of these horses, and he made the choice to ride Nation's Pride. That says a lot to me.
Globe Trotter, 22 races, 6 countries. There's the defending champ. There's the favorite, Far Bridge.
Yeah, and it looks to me like he might have a tactical advantage as far as the pace goes. He should be forward, if not on the lead. He likes to run on the rail. It looks like he's doing really well right now.
I don't know what El Razine's going to do today. I don't know if he's going to win. I don't know if he's going to lose. I know he won't be 15-1. A lot of steam.
No, he won't be 15-1, and hopefully he's not 7 wide either. I think he'll work out a much better trip in here. I liked him last time to beat Farbridge. I think he's got a shot in here as well.
Grand Sonata for trainer Todd Pletcher. Utah Beach, 8-1 Grand Sonata out. Utah Beach to be ridden by Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, another horse that I think is probably a cut below these. There's a race 2 and 3 back, or put him right in the mix, but he's one of those horses that's going to need 2 or 3 of the big boys to not show up.
We're going to be saying goodbye to our viewers on FS1 when they're watching the Sword Dancer later on. What would you tell them to look for early on specifically that could play a big role in the outcome of the race?
Position, and particularly where Farbridge is positioned. And I think if he's forward, he's going to run his A race. If it's good enough, that's another question.
Sword Dancer this evening, Corgi Cup tomorrow. Don't miss any of it. Fox Saratoga Saturday, 3 Eastern. We're moving over to FS2 as Saratoga Live continues.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And a dare manner will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, the industry's leading source for quality New York breds, selected on conformation and pedigree. Recent grads include multiple graded stakes winner Moplex and New York bred champions Pandagate and With the Angels. Yearlings in this year's catalog will compete for equal purse money as open company horses on the NYRA circuit in 2026. The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
This is my Oakland. And they're off at Saratoga.
What a day here in Saratoga Springs. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Big crowd on hand, energetic crowd on hand on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Nothing like a Saturday at Saratoga, the August place to be and marching towards the marquee events. Hey, man, right over there. That him? See that? Trackside, he's Jonathan. Richie, I'm Lafitte. And getting closer and closer to the main events with the Saratoga Oaks a little bit later on this evening and the Grade 1 Sword Dance with Far Bridge trying to become the 8th ever to go back-to-back.
Yeah, and he's in really good form. I do think the water's a bit deeper. I'm in agreement with you, Jonathan. But when a horse is doing well and they're getting a setup, I think that will be favorable for him. You have to respect them.
Yeah, when the boys in blue show up, being Godolphin, even though it's not a derby, a 3-year-old race, still extremely dangerous in these grass races. And I think a horse like Nation's Pride or El Cordobas can offer a lot of challenges for a horse like Far Bridge.
Sword Dancer this evening. Coverage begins on Fox at 3. What is that, about half an hour? Fox Saratoga Saturday. There's the field. And post 6, Far Bridge 9 to 5 in the morning line. El Cordobas 4 to 1. Nation's Pride right to the inside of Far Bridge 3 to 1, second choice. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years with the usual, unusually well. The 5th in about 15 minutes. Postcard kind of afternoon in upstate New York. Race 9, the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks. Race 10, Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer. In case you haven't just yet, summer flying by. Get involved. Sign up, NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPOT200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now, NYRABets.com. A picturesque scene in the paddock. Horses in the paddock. These $20,000 claimers. 6 furlong sprint. 3-year-olds and up. We'll have a paddock report. Riders up post-parade in the 5th of 12. When we come back, so much more coming your way on this terrific Saturday evening from Saratoga Racecourse here on Saratoga Live.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Didn't get your daily dose yet, JK, did you?
Oof. No, I saw that's the old tradition. The old tradition, they say, you go back there to the Big Red Spring, you have a glass, a little cup, it's supposed to be good luck. I'm more of a believer in if I have a Shake Shack, things are going to go well. I created my own tradition.
I think I like your tradition. Yeah.
Very convenient. Time for the Paddock Report, brought to you by McMahon Thoroughbreds as we check in with Acacia.
And we'll start off with a horse that I think somebody on this set will like very much, and that's Great Richie M. As this horse is first off the claim for Rob Atras, coming in off of a open length win last time out, winning by 7.5 lengths here at Saratoga. It was not the quickest out of the gate, I noticed, and ended up kind of in a pressing spot, but I think his running style will actually suit him very well, given that there does appear to be quite a bit of pace signed on in this race. He was the one that immediately caught my eye in the paddock. He looks terrific first off the claim for Rob. Great in his coat, really strong and well muscled. Does have some good size to him for a sprinter as well, and looking like he's just doing very well. We'll see if he can keep the momentum going, as he did take a significant drop in class last time out, coming back at a relatively comparable level. The number 1, Amundsen, is a horse that usually is forwardly placed. This one claimed from Rob Atras, and now in the Michelle Giangiulio barn, has been very consistent though, with various different barns, which I do appreciate about this 9-year-old gelded son of Curl, and just a true lunch pail horse that is a great flag bearer for the tough claiming horses that really are the backbone of the game. He seems to run his race no matter who is training him at the time, and he has held himself exceptionally well. Had really great weight last time when finishing second to Paxational. Looks tremendous once again, and he was forward when he first came in and then settled nicely once they got the tack on. This is his 46th career start. He knows what the game is all about, and looking like he's just really taking very good care of himself. We'll see what kind of trip he gets. I imagine stalking, but not too far off of it from that inside post. Towards the outside, the 7, Showtime, makes his first start for Norm Cassie off the barn switch and off of a little bit of a layoff. He also cuts back in distance. He's built far more like a sprinter than one that wants to go longer. I know that he did win at a mile last time out, being forwardly placed, and the second place finisher did come back to win with a 73 Beyer speed figure, but he's smaller, he's forward and energetic. I've only seen him once, and that was last summer with previous connections, where he was really sharp in a dirt sprint against far tougher horses, and I think that he stacks up very nicely here. And while we do have a favorite in this spot, Meg, I would say you are my favorite, Great Richie M.
Acacia, thanks so much. Great Richie M. Named after you? Or no?
No,
Just a
I
coincidence?
don't believe so, but I'll take credit for it.
I can't believe I can't believe you didn't just like make it up, man. Just go with us.
No, I mean, I can't do that. He is out of the mare Great MEM, so I'm thinking that there's a whole family of great M's.
Somebody claimed the horse Amelia, gave it to Amelia Green.
Yeah.
Claimed this guy and gift it to the real Great Richie M.
I would love to train a few horses. That would be a good candidate right away. I actually think I'd be a decent horse trainer.
You'd be a what?
A decent horse trainer.
You'd be a great horse trainer.
I like the hands-on with the horses.
It's not all jockeys are necessarily horsemen. You're actually one that fits that. You're like a horseman. You do a connection with horses aside from just race riding.
Yeah, well, I came up under a contract, so I learned, from the bottom up.
Post parade in a moment as we go back to Acacia. This was earlier today with David Ngordo of Lane's End on promising stallions and exciting foals soon to arrive.
Happy to be here with David Ngordo of Lane's End as we are at the Morning Line Coffee Shop on the main track on the backside. Really popular space to be, and you see Flightline in the background. David, we got a chance to see his first yearlings at the sale this past week. Seems like they were really well received.
Yeah, he's, was amazing on the track. And then when they go to the breeding shed, you always hope they're going to produce what we saw over there last week. And there's plenty more where they came from. So it was really gratifying to see the market and the people who are going to race these appreciate them as much as we do.
Saw some very high-priced yearlings go through the ring there, but as far as more established stallions, Twirling Candy still at the top of his game. We saw Kilwin victorious in that Grade 1 test last week.
Yeah, Twirling Candy is a blue chip sire, as I think we have today. He's great value for money. You know, we always have that cliche saying there's Saturday, Sunday horses, and every weekend, every day there's racing, there's some Twirling Candy winning, and he's had a great Saratoga.
He certainly has, and as far as new stallions joining the roster, we heard Raging Torrent, winner of this year's Met Mile, to join. Tell us a little bit about him.
He's a beautiful horse. You know, he had a little bit of a setback that wouldn't allow him to run the end of the year. So the ownership group elected to retire him, and we went out and looked at him the other day. He's beautiful. He's at Lane's End, and we should have him ready to show during the September sale. But he's our kind of horse. He won what we feel are 2 sire-making races in the Malibu in California in the Met Mile. We've had great luck with Malibu winners at Lane's End. And he's beautiful. He's a dirt horse. You know, he's everything we like at Lane's End.
We look forward to seeing his offspring in the future. Thanks very much for the time today.
Thank you.
David Ungordo, a man who selected the great, the mighty Zenyatta.
Yeah, and the man who selected the great and mighty Flightline. So now 2 extremes too, right? Zenyatta $60,000, Flightline $1 million, but both greatness on the other end of those purchases.
See, those are worthy of tattoos.
One of them for
Zenyatta
sure.
on one form, Flightline on the other. Let's meet the field. There's Amundsen.
He might be worthy of a tattoo too.
Man,
He's a
gotta love
hard-knocking horse that shows up all the time and runs well.
Gotta love him. Looms boldly in Manny Franco.
Another one worthy of a tattoo, named after my dear friend Pete Fornatel, Looms Boldly on Twitter.
Tip of the cap to Tom Durkin. Then Fitzpatrick, the Minnesota bred.
Yeah, wasn't badly beaten by Amundsen coming off of the layoff and could improve with that run.
Muazzara, number 3, fast gelding. Expect him to factor early.
Has a lot of speed, but he's going to have to deal with some more speed in horses like Amundsen and Looms Boldly.
Giving Spirit, claim from Linda Rice by Rudy Rodriguez.
Comes off a good effort, but steps up from 12.5 to 20. This is a pretty deeper, much deeper group.
Great Richie M, the favorite.
Should get some pace to close into, a horse that can sit off of it.
Everyone's favorite, Great Richie M. Thrill of It is out. The 7, Showtime. Quick gelding now with Norm Cassie.
Yeah, switching barns, so you can expect a potential improvement.
Late on the scene. Hopefully it's out of the gate a little bit sharper than that. 5-year-old by Into Mischief. Star Spendthrift Stallion, Showtime. 9-2, followed by a long shot. You'll see Stop the Spread, and that's been tough sledding of late for him.
Yeah, it's stop the spreads, stop getting to the winner's circle. It's been a long time.
31-1 outsider, long shot side by side to the outside. 37-1, there's another look, Stop the Spread. There's a field, these $20,000 claimers sprinting 6 furlongs. Great Richie M. Richie, aside from the name, why favored?
Well, I think his versatility, right? Last time he laid up close, but he's capable of coming from further back as well. And you really got to respect his lone Saratoga try was one of his better efforts, Jonathan.
No, and look, I think when you can find a horse that's run well at Saratoga, it's something to consider. The racetrack can sometimes be a little bit deeper. In the summertime, it could be a little warmer here. You know, you have horses that run downstate at Aqueduct when it's cool on a different racetrack, but then they come up here and they can't handle it. It's nice to see a horse that does like it up here, runs well up here.
All by himself in the end. Great Richie M, 9-5. JK, you're going with Forgiving Spirit at 6-1, pictured with Romero Mirage.
Yeah, it's just a horse that I think is going to actually work out a nice trip. Horse ran well last time for Linda. It was July 6th, close enough to still run.
There he is.
You could consider possibly running off of her training. Rudy, it's been a little chilly at the meet, but Rudy has those moments where he can kind of get things going and get hot. So I like the 4, Forgiving Spirit, but I'll be rooting for the entry. I just worried it would be a bad value there. The 1, Amundsen, like I mentioned, such a cool, hard-knocking horse. And the 1A, Looms Boldly, another one I'll be rooting for as well.
Acacia, what is Forgiving Spirit showing you here as we get closer to post time?
Well, a couple of interesting equipment changes because I've noticed down when watching that last race, when covering it on July 6th, that this is a horse that runs pretty high-headed. So first off the claim for Rudy Rodriguez, he adds a shadow roll, piece of fleece over the noseband. You can see he's even got his head a little bit high here warming up with the pony. The idea is that the horse will try to look over that and hopefully put their head down a little bit. They've also cut back the blinker cups versus what he was wearing last time. With a little bit more of a significant cup, and to be fair, Linda Rice usually will go for a 3/4 cup blinker, so a little bit less in a regular short cup that he has in here today. Also did get pretty washy last time, and he has been far more settled, so I certainly do appreciate that about him as he tries to build off of that last effort in which he did stumble at the start, but kept the momentum moving forward. The number 2 in here in Fitzpatrick is second time in the barn of Wayne Potts, as he also gets to go second off of the layoff as well. Ran on a bit late, but just couldn't reach the top 2. Amundsen and Paxational that day were certainly best, but this is a horse that was very quiet and rather dull looking in the preliminaries that day. He has improved a lot, far better in his coat, better energy warming up on the track in here as well. So maybe he's one that could run back to some of those better races back in Kentucky last year, Lafitte.
See if he can reach back and find his best. Fitzpatrick, Jose Ortiz. Now the look looms boldly. That call, what race comes to mind? It's kind of a catchphrase of Tom Durkin's. Is there one in particular, a looms boldly, that triggers a particular memory? An '89 Breeders' Cup Classic, Sunday Silence in front. Easy goer, looms boldly, a threatening presence on the outside.
I would imagine that's probably the one that had Pete use that as his Twitter handle. A New Yorker, so you got to imagine he was an easy goer guy. That was the first Tupac and Biggie of racing, East Coast versus West Coast.
Very good, very well done.
That's
Thing
excellent.
is that then you looked at where Sunday Silence should have been at that point, and he was about 3 lengths ahead of where he was. That ability to accelerate and dart away the difference in that '89 Classic, and what a rivalry.
He was cat-like. He could pounce and then idle again and pounce again, and where Easy Goer was going to keep coming at you, but he couldn't accelerate and idle the way Sunday Silence could.
Which one would you have ridden?
I would have wanted to ride Sunday Silence.
Far cry from $20,000 claimers, but that's what we have here. Filing into the gate. Final check of the tote board now, 8-5. Amundsen looms boldly. Frank Miramati with the call, race 5 live from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a clean start. Then shortly after, Honorary Degree took up just a touch. So it's Muazzara who is the quickest out of the gate, opening up 3/4 of a length in the first few jumps. Showtime came away in good order. Looms boldly moves up now to be a clear-cut second, heading to the half-mile pole. Down at the rail, Forgiving Spirit, stop the spread. Red Cap is about 6 or 7 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to Amundsen, who is followed by Fitzpatrick. Great Richie M with plenty of real estate to make up. Already more than 15 lengths off the pace, and 5 clear of slow starting Honorary Degree. The opening quarter went in 22 2/5 seconds. They have a 1/4 mile to go, and Looms boldly doing just that, living up to his name, pouncing and opening up at the top of the stretch. On the outside, Showtime takes up the chase in second, and then it's 4 lengths back. Fitzpatrick is trying to get a piece. Out in the center of the track, Great Richie M is also finishing fast. In the meantime, Showtime goes right by Looms boldly. Great Richie M is coming like a freight train. Does he have time? Great Richie M! That's 3 for Rad Ortiz Jr. Perfectly timed mow down aboard Great Richie M over Showtime.
You listen to the roar of this crowd. Just a $20,000 claimer, but what an exciting finish. Great Richie M, the favorite, delivers in the end. Second choice, I should say, in an exciting 5th race at the Spa. The Spa just woke up.
Man, this whole place just erupted, and you know, these $20,000 claimers just put on quite a show. And of course, I don't pick the great Richie M and watch him.
Good God, man.
Storm home under Irad Ortiz and all of his infinite skills on display here. His timing, his strength, his finish. And I'll tip my cap to Acacia. She picked great Richie M.
I didn't need to pick the great Richie M. I know him. I'm sitting next to him.
He was the one who was looming boldly on the outside, a threatening presence. 3 wins on the afternoon so far. Irad Ortiz, it's like a relay race in the end. Looms boldly, strikes the front. Then it's showtime, and here comes great Richie M on his outside.
Yeah, and look, it's all about timing. And surprise, surprise, the guy that won the battle of timing was Irad Ortiz.
Shocker. 3 wins thus far. You saw winning trainer Rob Atras, great Richie M, a 5th lifetime win. And don't look now, but he is in one of those zones, Richie.
Irad's won 3 of the first 5 races. Oh, he allowed his brother Jose to win 1, but we're keeping it tight to the vest, all in the family a bit. Irad is just honestly so much fun to watch ride.
With each passing rival, as Looms Boldly was collared by Showtime, as Showtime was collared by great Richie M, listening to the crowd, getting louder and louder and louder.
Well, I was looking over your shoulder at the crowd that we could see because our set's here on the apron, and when they hit the wire and that roar came up from the crowd, there was one person that threw their racing form and it landed about 30 feet away. I don't know how it didn't hit anybody in the head. Obviously, they had Showtime.
They must have the 7. You know, seeing that and feeling that, a full crowd here on a Saturday, it was pretty loud. It made me wish so desperately that I would have been here the day that Rachel Alexandra won the Woodward, because I've heard from a lot of different people that you could literally feel the grandstand shaking. It was that loud.
Tom Durkin said she raised the rafters.
She did too. I was here, and you could feel this old building moaning and groaning under the weight of the people cheering. It was pandemonium. And what she did, I mean, you talk about a race being run in waves like this one. She took everybody's best shot and was the last lady standing.
Older horses fending off challenger after challenger after challenger. This was just a $20,000 claimer. We still have the main events coming up this evening. Grade 1 Sword Dancer, 1.5 mile Breeders' Cup Challenge event. The winner to the Breeders' Cup Turf Resorts World Casino. Sword Dancer, in case you're just joining us, the story, Far Bridge looking to go back-to-back. Winning this race last year in front-running fashion, and earlier this meet, opening weekend, here, Richie, a tale of 2 trips. Far Bridge, what trip he was able to work out, or Jarrell Rosario, and what El Razine was forced to try and overcome.
Yeah, he just controlled the pace. The race from the outset was on the rail, on the lead. You know, he middle moved a little bit, I should say. But while he's saving all that ground and his, penchant for wanting to run on the rail, El Razine wound up 7 wide in a 4-horse field. I think that's harder to do than save ground on a 4-horse field. And you've got to position yourself in such a way that you can follow in a horse like Farbridge's wake. Let him make the path for you.
The one thing too is El Razine was kind of in a bad situation there with his style, right? He wants to kind of come from out of it a little bit, but he couldn't let Farbridge get too far away, although he wasn't getting a great trip. The difference today and the Sword Dancer is, I believe, that El Razine can kind of still take back and make that one run, because now Farbridge is going to have to deal with horses like Nation's Pride running at him at some point that could set it up for El Razine coming on late.
Nation's Pride, Godolphin, Charlie Appleby is his. Does he still have his best fastball as we look back at his Arlington Million win last summer at Colonial Downs?
That's the question. I don't know. He didn't run particularly well in Dubai, but Charlie Appleby bringing him over here, it's not as if it's an inexpensive trip across the ocean to get here and to run in a race like this. And William Buick showing up on this horse, it makes me feel like we're going to see his best race.
But it's a valid question, though. At 6 years old, does he still have that same enthusiasm for the game? Does he have that same turn of foot? And Father Time is undefeated.
So that's the thing. So with El Cordobés, who kind of then feels like Applebee's, he feels like the now horse, JK, as we watch him at Newmarket winning the Group 2 Princess of Wales.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a horse that I think is probably an up-and-comer, right? He could be, quote, the next Nation's Pride, right? Another horse that could come over here and win Grade 1. So he's definitely one that could move up. He gets Flavien Prat. There's nothing wrong with that. And when Godolphin and Charlie Appleby bring their good ones over here, it's tough to beat them.
Yeah, this feels like, okay, he might not be able to beat Europe's best, but perhaps good enough to beat America's best.
Oh, absolutely, and he feels like he's a mile-and-a-half specialist, right? He's run at the distance 4 times, 2 wins, a second and a third. His best effort coming last time in the Prince of Wales. Playing devil's advocate, he has never won going left-handed, which he's going to have to go around 3 left-handed turns here today. He's run well, so maybe I'm making more of it, but it is something that I do look at. He's been galloped in the mornings by Kieran Fallon, who works for Godolphin now. Kieran Fallon, for people that don't know, a 3-time Epsom Derby winner, a great jockey, and I know he's very happy with the way this horse is doing.
Yeah.
And for Charlie Appleby, we discussed some of these stats earlier in Breeders' Cup competitions. Some of the most difficult races to win in the world. We do have results in following race number 5. Some of the toughest races to win in the sport, the Breeders' Cup. 11-time Breeders' Cup winning trainer, and he's won with 41% of his starters. 41% in the Breeders' Cup.
It's a remarkable stat. You're winning at the highest level, and it's not just the best horses of America, the best horses internationally gathering in America to compete.
And that's what's on the line in the Sword Dancer, a trip to the Breeders' Cup turf. Another look. Great Richie M here. Exciting finish. Arad Ortiz, 3 wins, 590. Showtime looms boldly, as exciting as a $20,000 claimer can possibly be.
Absolutely. I mean, the crowd erupted here. It says a lot about the crowd we have here today for Sword Dancer Day, and I'd like to think that there'll be a couple more photos that get the crowd going here.
Maybe with 2-year-olds. The future stars, because that's next. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, 6-time reigning champion, General Sire into Mischief, sire of this year's Derby, and Belmont winner Sovereignty. Take a look at the field. These freshmen sprinting 3/4 of a mile. Oscar's Hope, 9 to 5. Before we say goodbye, to put you on the spot, JK, you're the king of the fast cap. Any thoughts on this Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day?
I thought the 2 and the 4 were interesting. I talked to Tom Amos yesterday on set. Said, I like your horse tomorrow, and he got very kind of puffed up. He likes the horse too.
King of the fast cap. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. Coverage continues over on Fox. Saratoga Saturday. For Miguel Clement, Far Bridge. Can he defend his title? He is the favorite. Only 7 have done it. Can he be the next? Nation's Pride, the Globetrotter. 22 races, 6 countries. Trainer Charlie Appleby. We reference the damage he's done stateside. Ready, poised to do more. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Sword Dancer coming up.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4.
Bright future, Proxy, here's the line.
Saratoga.
Crowd still buzzing, dust settling after that stirring edition of the Grade 1 Sword Dancer. And Big Blue, Godolphin Blue everywhere. Kentucky Derby Winner's Circle, Belmont Stakes Winner's Circle, and on this afternoon in the Sword Dancer Winner's Circle, El Cordobis wins the Sword Dancer, punches his ticket for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Welcome everyone back to Saratoga alongside handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, champion jockey Richard Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Yeah, not a bad run for Godolphin in 2025, and yet another Grade 1 win, Richie. Turf racing at its very best. El Cordobis, the victor this afternoon.
Yeah, El Cordobis getting his first Grade 1 after a nice Grade 2 victory in the Prince of Wales, or Princess of Wales, I should say. What a ride from Flavien Prat. You know, a lot was going on early in the race, a lot of tactics in play, a lot of jockeying for position, and he just sat back there quiet, patient, safed all the ground, and seemed like he was always confident that he was going to find a path when he needed it, and he did.
Remember 45 minutes ago when the conversation was about, does Flavien Prat know how to win Grade 1s anymore?
Yeah. Last 24 at Saratoga, traditional meet, Flavien Prat has won 10 of them. 10 of the last 24. Right back to the start. Richie, what were you looking for, and what surprised you early on?
Well, there was a lot more speed on than I anticipated, to be honest, and I think Jonathan had made a really great point earlier that they're not going to let Far Bridge just gallop to the lead because they have too much respect for them now. So Vote No, who I didn't anticipate being the pacemaker, he was sent hard by Kendrick Carmouche, and as was Nation's Pride, who wound up laying second.
Isn't that no man's land for Far Bridge right there?
It is absolutely the worst position for him through no fault of Joel Rosario's. He's just strung along 3-4 wide throughout the entire first turn. Now Joel's going to try to compensate for that and go forward here. He's going to get Nation's Pride out of there, so at least he gets down to the 2 path, and eventually he'll tuck in behind the leader, the 3-horse, but he had to use a lot to get there.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a horse that needs something to happen. If it doesn't happen, you have to then use the horse to try to make it happen. Joel tried to make it happen. It's been my argument all along with Far Bridge. This is no offense. I'd love to own him, love to train him, love to ride him, love to do whatever I could do with Far Bridge. But he's just a cut below when it comes to adversity hitting him between the eyes with other Grade 1 animals in the race.
Nation's Pride William Buick stapled to Far Bridge, while Vote No continues to carve out the fractions and saving ground, stalking the leaders, Flavien Prat and El Cordobis just biding his time.
The coolness and the discipline that Flavien Prat showed in here. He went from laying 3rd back to 4th. At this point, he's 6th, but he's married to the rail. He's saving all that precious ground in a 3-turn race. He won by half a length. That ground saved was the difference.
It's funny, I was watching this race on a row of TVs, and I needed to continue to move down that line to get closer to get to set here. Right here, I started moving TVs down. I thought Nation's Pride's move here was the release that I needed to carry on to set. And then I stopped for a second and a half, and I realized, uh-oh, there's Flavien Prat in that white hat. He's not done yet.
No, he was traveling. And then what he did, right, he came out smoothly. He got his shoulder to the side of Rebel Red, and then he was able to kind of create that path for himself. And now Rebel Red jumps in with him, but he had saved all that ground. He never moved on this horse until inside the quarter pole. It was a sensational ride by Flavien Prat.
Big race from Rebel Red last summer. It loses an eye here at Saratoga. Does everything but win this Sword Dancer. Nation's Pride right there. But El Cordobis, and for trainer Charlie Appleby, and for all the success over the years, yes, here at Saratoga, and Grade 1 wins for Godolphin, a first ever Sword Dancer win for Godolphin and El Cordobis.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's funny because I think that the old model for the European trainers that bring their horses over here is, let's bring our Grade 2 or Grade 3 types and let's steal these Grade 1s for these Americans that don't know turf racing. Charlie Appleby started bringing his grade 1 types over here to win our grade 1 races, but we've also gotten better. It's a level playing field now, but man, Charlie's got an idea which horses will accelerate here.
El Cordobis, Flavien Prat on his way back, just clutch big money rider. Can you put that into perspective? Last 24 grade 1s at Saratoga Traditional Meet, 10 grade 1 wins by one jockey.
Well, you know, if you equate it to other sports, he's like a Tom Brady, right? He gets better the bigger the stakes are. He's cool. Now, you can see his position here down the backstretch. He was third at one point. At this point, he's actually sixth, but he's saving ground and he's still in contact. He didn't get shuffled back. He's still following Far Bridge, who is a horse that should be live enough to carry you a long
Live
ways.
cover, as they call that. And at one point, he kind of grabbed the bridle, and very easy with his hands, he was able to get El Cordobis right back to him. And now saving ground. And he has to be a little concerned, though, Richie, about finding a seam here with the traffic in front of him.
Well, I don't know if Flavien Prat is concerned. If I was in that position, I'd have been seriously concerned. I mean, he actually wound up almost last at one point, but he did it so coolly. And then look, when this presents itself, he has not used any horse whatsoever. Now, Irad sees him and says, well, maybe I can get down close to him. His Nation's Pride, his uncoupled stablemate, drifted a little bit, but he had established that path. Good hard race riding on both parts. And I always wonder about this, Lafitte. Rebels Red, Brent, so good. He's missing his inside, his left eye. That he couldn't see El Cordobis.
El Cordobis, he has to be ridden a certain way without being able to,
So, but listen, he was game. He was probably second best, but that to me was a rider at the height of his powers, showing incredible discipline to never deviate from that path, because he could have panicked at any point and said, man, I got to kind of get out of here. I got horse. And he's, nope, I'm going to be all right. I'm staying here. That's discipline.
Before we came on air, Richie was talking to me about his consideration of that ride and another ride for Ride of the Week. I hadn't seen the drone yet. I might change my mind.
Yeah, I think this has to be Ride of the Week. I was thinking Jose Ortiz earlier in the day.
So good.
On Pancake.
Yeah.
When he kind of stuffed Manny Franco. Good race riding going on there, and something to show the public, right? Pancake House,
You're going to upset some viewers, yeah.
Yeah. Again, I don't like pancakes of any sort. But that being said, you know, so I thought that might have been a more teachable race to show. I just don't think I can get around this ride.
And the thing about it is following Far Bridge. You don't want to follow a bad horse because they're going to stop in front of you.
Yep.
You follow a good horse that you know is going to carry you to a certain point that you'll have space to find your gap. And the drone footage was exactly what happened.
And what you could also pick up in the drone is that while it looked like Flavien Prat with horse but bottled up, okay, where is he going to find room to operate? How often when horses come off the turn, they spread out in lanes, present themselves. Another look here up the backstretch, headed into the far turn. White cap Flavien Prat, and eventual winner El Cordobis. He's right behind the favorite in Far Bridge. And as they make their way into the turn, what looks like it could be a traffic jam, eventually it does spread out and lanes do present themselves.
Well, this is down the backstretch. Everybody's in hand, so they got full control of their horses. And they're aware of their position and also trying not to lose ground on the turn. It's when riders go to ride their horses drift. They deviate from their path, because now you're asking them for their best, and all of these horses have some sort of fatigue after going a mile and a quarter.
Like, where am I going?
Yeah, but
where am I going? Where's the daylight? Where am I going?
Right
There's
now,
nothing in front of me, and I'm going right there.
Yeah, he
like,
followed Far Bridge.
Like the guard and the tackle make their block, and there you go. There's your seam.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a great analogy, because isn't that like you could do the X's and O's, and this guard's going to pull, and this guard's going to pull that way, and we're going to create a gap for you. This was a sensational race ride and let's you know, I don't want to overstate the ride at the expense of the horse. El Cordobis.
He feels like the now horse.
And a true mile and a half horse. 5 starts at a mile and a half, 3 wins, a second and a third now. And a lot of American horses don't want to go a mile and a half.
What a performance. What a ride. Wow. We have, we're not going anywhere. We have 2 races left.
I'm so excited. Where's Flavien?
Acacia's with us in the paddock for this upcoming 11th race. This allowance extended sprint, 7/8 of a mile, and number 5, Chatter, trained by John Ortiz. What are you seeing from her here in the paddock, Acacia?
Well, some interesting equipment, Lafitte. You will note on the equipment changes, it is mentioned that she wears a hood again. It's actually a titanium hood, more like a mask, in that it does not cover her ears, as you might sometimes see a horse where they will kind of try to muffle the sound, but it is with titanium in it to keep a horse calm. And it is a piece of equipment that Johnny Ortiz has used on horses before. She also has earplugs in, and she came in with a training saddle. So the idea with that being that she'll come over to the paddock with a saddle on, so it's not a huge kind of jarring change when they put the racing tack on her back. She got much sharper once the tack went on, and she's been on her toes, but not doing anything naughty. I did catch up with Johnny's brother and assistant, Danny Ortiz, and he said she has worn that equipment just to keep her calm and taking all the steps for what is typically a high energy filly, but she has some good size to her. I love the stretch out to the 7/8. I think that suits her very well, and looking like all their steps to keep her under wraps as much as possible are paying off so far. The number 3, Alieska, she came off of a layoff, and last time out, she was the one that was acting badly in the paddock. She was rearing up in the paddock. She was acting badly. They had to bring the outrider pony over to her and keep her away from the rest of the field. She is so much more calm and composed today. My goodness, it's like a completely different horse, as she has been really, really even quiet in the preliminaries, as of course previously owned and bred by the Mary Lou Whitney stables, and was sold at the end of 2024. After the untimely passing of John Hendrickson, and for a high purchase price as well. She finished 3rd last time out, running on a little bit, but I think maybe she ran her race before the timing actually even started. So far, so good for her. Out of that same race, which was won by Ragtime, who, by the way, ran exceptionally well in the Grade 1 test. The number 8 next on stage switched back to the dirt last time, and she showed speed when just being passed by, again, what I think is a very good horse in Ragtime, and held on for 2nd that day. She's shown the ability to run well on both turf and dirt, and that was by far her best dirt race thus far. Typically her higher speed figures have been on the grass. She's one that's always pretty sharp in the preliminaries. She's on her toes, but this is probably the best that I've seen her weight look. I haven't seen her in a few races as well, but she's really, really strong behind the saddle, which I appreciate, because that's always a little bit of a concern, especially when you're running on the dirt, Lafitte.
Next on stage, on the muscle, 7-2. It's a good race. And when you start seeing like Ragtime's name all over the past performances, and a contender that some of these fillies and mares have faced in recent efforts, yeah, she was right there, finishing 2nd in the Grade 1 test. This is some fillies and mares that can flat out sprint.
Absolutely. I mean, if I'm being honest, in my pick 5 that's no longer with us, I use the all button but the 7, which is my favorite move. If I don't like a horse, I'm not using them. But I used every horse in here except for the 7.
Where can I get down on the 7?
Exactly.
You fire up your account, Richie? Get us down on the 7?
Yeah, I can do that, but I have a question about that strategy. You get to the last leg of a pick 5, multi-race wager, and you're only missing that one horse. Do you ever make a hedge bet on that horse?
Right? Only if I'm alive for something that significantly impacts my life. If I'm alive for something where, like,
okay,
all of these horses are changing my year, my life a little bit, I'll cover.
Okay.
But if I'm just alive for just a little thing, a little pop here, a little pop there, I didn't like the horse when look, I was alive in 2010 in the Belmont Stakes, to 4 horses. I was a high school football coach. I was making a teacher's salary, and I was alive for more than my salary to 4 horses, and I did not have the favorite in the race. And I called an old mentor of mine, and I said, what do I do? And he said something I can't say on air, but what he said was, if you didn't like the horse in the morning, you don't like him now, why are you going to waste money hedging against him?
So essentially he said, tighten your belt and go with the strength of your convictions.
A little lower, but yes.
No, but, exactly. But I'm on the right trail, right?
Exactly.
I'm trying to figure out who the favorite was. Was that like Icebox or somebody?
Icebox.
Icebox.
So
it turned out good?
Turned out great.
Drosselmeyer won.
It led to like 15 amazing things in my life.
That's awesome.
But one in particular.
Sitting here with us.
Not that, almost.
Near the top of the chart. Called to post. These fillies and mares. Let's meet the field. And just Practical Love, improving. Daylight maiden winner, early July.
This horse was impressive last time.
Yep.
He's got the inside draw. He's got some tactical speed. He's got to pop away from there to hold that position.
Limes don't lie. First of 2 for Chad Brown.
And I would agree. I don't think limes lie. I mean, how would they? They can't even talk to you.
God's sake, it's that time of the day. Then the favorite, Alyeska Brown, runners to break side by side in the gate. There she is.
Yeah, you go strength of schedule with this filly. She faced Ragtime last time, who I thought ran way too good to lose. It took an unbelievable performance from Kilwin to beat her.
Artemis Sound, big afternoon to Rod Ortiz.
Yeah, I think she ran a little bit flat coming out of the same race as Alyeska and Ragtime last time, but her previous 2 starts she put together would put her in the frame here.
3 wins so far, Arad, then Chatter, a 4th track in as many races.
This is where I'm going to land. She's got some 2-year-old numbers that fit. Her early 3-year-old number, January 4th, also fits with some improvement. I think she's going to be tough.
Street View, she's won 3 of 5.
Yeah, kind of a winning profile, but just a little bit tougher than I think what she's been facing recently.
Who could you ask for Mo? Sideline idle for a year.
I mean, I love Shug. I love Cortland Farms. This is the only horse I wasn't going to use in my pick 5.
Still trying to get down on who could ask for Mo. Next on stage, representing Outside Speed.
And this is who I like just because of what you said, being outside speed. She was second best last time to Ragtime. The outside post gives her the luxury of getting into the race the right way. And if somebody wants to go on a mission, she doesn't absolutely need the lead. Last time she broke from post 1, the post really helps her today.
Mother, daddy issues, next on stage. Just way too good. Practical Love, there she is at 5-1. Let's revisit that maiden win. 6th attempt of her career right here, early July. JK Practical Love puts it all together and pours it on.
Yeah, when I see a horse who comes with a performance like this, I want to ask myself, where did it come from? And looking through her past performances, I can't quite identify what the change was. She ran a couple times as a 3-year-old, never ran this fast. She ran second off a break, but she wasn't off that long of a break. I don't understand where it came from, but it was really good, Lafitte, and that's the hardest thing to digest. At 5-1, I've got no problem paying to figure it out. If she was a little bit shorter, it wouldn't be a horse I'd be interested in betting.
Fluke, or is that who she is now? It's a difficult.
I'll play devil's advocate here. The 2 times on dirt that she was forward, head and head for the lead, a part of the pace, were her 2 best races, Gulfstream on March 16th, and then last time here in Saratoga. If you get away from the sloppy race, the turf races, suddenly she makes a little bit more sense.
Well, one of the reasons I love talking racing is sometimes someone will say something that will spark my brain, your brain, anyone's brain, and I think that maybe the 7 is what she wants, right? They tried her a mile on the turf. That didn't really work out. The rest of the time, she's either going 6 or 5.5 turf sprinting. Maybe it was the added distance at 6.5 on the dirt, and then getting to the 7 might even help her even more.
Acacia, is she giving you any clues here pre-race Practical Love?
She is, and I'd actually liked her last time. She was my pick in that race when getting onto a fast track because she looked so good warming up. And furthermore, I just went back and looked at that field that she faced again last time out. She was facing several that were light on experience, and I think her experience really did give her a bit of an edge in that spot, not to mention getting back to the surface that she preferred, which is a fast main track. She is a tall and leggy type. You see her there with the pony. I actually think that the 7/8 will suit her well. She got a bit warm on track today, and interestingly enough, she's had a much quieter warm-up today than she did last time. Junior Alvarado, who was aboard that day, took her away from the pony, kept her moving throughout. Also looking like they've cut back her blinkers a little bit, which is interesting off the back of a win. It looks like a short cheater cup today, and last time I had in my notes that she was wearing a 3/4 cup. So I'm wondering if they're trying to get her to settle a little bit more today versus being as forward as she was last time. She looks good again. Just wondering with some of those changes, and especially now as she does have to step up and face winners for the first time, Lafitte.
Can she reproduce that maiden win, improve off of that effort, trending in the right direction on the ascend? Practical Love. Then Alyeska, who is the favorite, 5-2 here. Does that feel about right to you, JK?
No. I think it's a little bit short, a little bit of the strength of schedule thing.
Yep.
You know, I think the two most interesting horses to me are the 5 who I picked. You know, that's just a grow-up thing for me. I think her figures are a little bit light, but as you find her in a spot where she's grown up a little bit, her figures will probably improve. And then also the 2, a horse that just doesn't break particularly well, but I think that, you know, sometimes young horses, they're still figuring it out. You know, you're in the hands of a future Hall of Famer. I'm sure there'll be some adjustments made to try to help her pop away from there better. If Limes Don't Lie, the 2, breaks well, I think she could be tough too. And if you watch Cart Talk, you heard me say that one of my favorite drinks is a Belvedere Gimlet Up. A lot of lime juice.
A lot of lime juice.
Okay.
About 40 minutes, my friend, about 40 minutes or so. Making their way behind the starting gate. And some fillies and mares quick out of the gate and be staring down that chute 7/8 of a mile extended sprint here at Saratoga. When they reach that far turn, who is the quickest of the quick? These sprinters, these female sprinters, many of them that is part of their arsenal, their weapon, their speed.
Well, I do think that the 1, Practical Love, particularly from the rail, needs to show all of her speed and protect that inside position. So it's a lot about intention.
To me, it's the 5. She was faster early in her year. As a 2-year-old, she had pace figures that were faster than anything's ever run in here. We'll see. If she's ready to rock, she should be forward. If she doesn't make the lead or sitting second, I'm a little bit worried about my wager.
Next on stage to the outside, quick leaving the gate as well. For the 11th race, turn things over to Frank Miramati. Post time, race 11, live on Fox Sports 2.
Next on stage goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a quick start for Chatter. Street View next on stage on the far outside is up close. And Practical Love moves through on the inside now to take second behind the leader, Chatter. They are followed by Artemis Sound in 4th. Down at the rail, Alieska now right next on stage. 3 clear of Limes Don't Lie. And Who Could Ask for Mo is at the back of the field. 22 4/5 seconds for Chatter, who leads it by a length and a half. Street View is in the 2nd spot, and then comes Practical Love on the inside 3rd. It's another 2 lengths back to Artemis Sound in 4th. Alieska is next on stage, is asked to pick it up on the outside of her. Limes Don't Lie, looking for a spot in between horses, and Who Could Ask for Mo? They're coming to the quarter pole, and Street View is up to take the lead now. On the outside, Practical Love moves into 2nd. Here comes Alieska, let loose along the inside. Has to get to Street View with 1 furlong to go. Street View digging in, and Limes Don't Lie is coming alive in the middle of the racetrack. Street View, Alieska. Alieska takes the lead. Limes Don't Lie in the center of the track. Just keeps on coming. Here's the line. Limes Don't Lie. Got up. Alieska completes the Chad Brown exacta. Street View finished 3rd.
Brown out in the 11th. Stablemates running 1-2. Limes Don't Lie runs down Alieska. Dylan Davis, Limes Don't Lie, 5-1 at post time.
And you can just take a look at when we get to it. Limes Don't Lie was covered in mud.
Covered.
And when she got out of all that kickback, she found her stride. You see her angling out right there, but she was inundated with that dirt early on. Alieska, the same thing, but she rallied up the inside under Flavien Prat. And if I didn't like Flavien Prat's ride so much in the Sword Dancer, I might have picked him being 2nd here, because this was a perfect ride where he just got gunned down by Limes Don't Lie. And Limes Don't Lie, well, a little extra lime juice in your gimlet tonight.
You better believe it.
Unleashing a furious rally. Dylan Davis. Another look, deep stretch. Alieska desperately trying to hold on. Where's the wire? Street View, big effort, but wow, Dylan Davis and Limes Don't Lie. Cruises right on by, cropped, uncocked, measured win.
Yeah, and the only guy that wasn't concerned about the outcome of a photo here was Chad Brown, because he had the winner and the runner-up. Quite a day.
But I will say this as well. I mean, I know in racing we become very results-oriented. And that's the way the game goes. You either cash the ticket or you rip it up and throw it in the trash, and I understand that logic. But I want to say this, Flavian obviously comes off that grade 1 win in the Sword Dancer, runs second with a great ride, great trip. Ricardo Santana, one of the hottest riders, runs third at 14-1. There's something to it. I know you say it all the time. It's not jockey racing, it's horse racing. But when these guys who are piloting these horses start getting in a zone, man, I'm telling you, they pick these horses up and put them in right spots.
Well, I 100% agree with that. And I never say that to belittle riders, but I've never seen a rider.
It's the truth.
No, but I've never
Horse
seen a
racing.
rider, except for possibly your father, put one on their back and carry them home, right?
Yeah, except him.
Yeah, it's a partnership, you know, and you've got a dance partner, and you've got to play to that dance partner's strengths. This was a really nice effort and a nice win by Limes Don't Lie.
Dylan Davis, things starting to pick up here around the midway point of the Saratoga meet. Smiling after this one, terrific ride, beautifully timed ride. Limes Don't Lie in the 11th of 12 this Saturday at Saratoga.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Inside, Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Limes Don't Lie. Certainly did not lie today, as Dylan Davis joining me here along with his son Michael. Michael, what'd you think of Dad's rides there?
Good.
Did a good job?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right, you got a good fan here, Dylan, as you really did do a good job with this filly, who does have the tendency to not get out of the gate the best.
That's right, yeah. We just trying to break well, and I got squeezed early from the 1 and 3. At that point, I knew her. I don't want to rush her too much. She gets a little keen. She uses it a little bit too much early, so I was able to just settle her down, and she got a lot of kickback, but she was able to manage through it. And I know she likes to get in the clear, so I just bided my time till the top of the stretch and wheel her out, and that's what she did. Once she got clear, she took on and a strong urge, and she did a great job to get us to the wire.
Yeah, you can usually tell by just looking at your silks and at your goggles and your helmet how much dirt you ended up taking. Talk a little bit about riding through that with a horse that is a confirmed closer.
Yeah, it's difficult, but for us it's okay. We're just really paying attention to how the horse handles it. You know, if it's difficult, you don't want to lose too much ground, but you're trying to find some wedges in between horses, in between their paths, and try to get the best with keeping it clear. Getting close to heels on another horse. I was trying to get behind Flavia a little bit and just doing the best I can with trying to limit the amount of dirt getting into her face. And I mean, it's difficult, but did the best I could and didn't mind her when I wheeled her out into the clear.
And you did a great job with her, getting her to the winner's circle. Congratulations, Dylan.
Thank you.
A win here, graded stakes win yesterday, and Michael back from the golf course, the #1 fan. Good job.
He can flat out play.
Michael, Dylan's son, can flat out play golf. I remember when he was just a toddler, knocking the wiffle ball, golf ball around the backyard, sailing it over the fence. He's got something, this kid.
Well, he's obviously got his, if he has any of his dad's determination, watch out PGA Tour.
Look out. Look out. Limes don't lie. Jonathan, you touched on it. Pre-race, Acacia discussing with Dylan that her inability to break all that sharp, and we saw another sluggish start today.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, she still didn't do herself any favors, but the other fillies in front of her kind of helped her out a little bit because they went pretty fast. It wasn't the fastest pace in the world, Richie, but it was contested, so it's set up for her.
Right, horses on top of each other. It keeps horses kind of, you know, moving forward, staying keener. They don't settle as much and breathe properly. They get out of rhythm a little bit. But, you know, Dylan knowing this filly was the key because he said she could get a little keen after you break slow like that. So he didn't make the mistake of tapping her on her shoulder like, hey, get in the race, because then she's going to grab the bit. Now you're running off on top of heels. It was a very smooth journey after the rocky beginning.
Like sprinters that don't break and then get rank and aggressive, like that's usually a really bad combination.
It is
right?
a bad feeling, let me tell you. When you get one running off on heels and you got no place to go.
He handled her beautifully. Sharp win there, onward. Limes don't lie, 12th and final. New York Breds on grass. Amplitude 9 to 5, about 18 minutes till the Saturday night cap at Saratoga. When we come back, more stakes activity on the grass to recap. How good is Laura Lynn? Perfect. That's how good she is. Kendrick Carmouche in the Saratoga Oaks. Laura Lynn now 5 for 5.
Top of the stretch, an obliteration. Obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races are coming to Saratoga. The first annual Corgi Cup arrives at the spa, Saratoga's Corgi Cup. Join us tomorrow, 1 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
What better place to spend any birthday? A 70th, fan base here at Saratoga, nothing like him. She needs a better agent. The festivities here, the summer bash, and on this Saturday afternoon, Saratoga feeling exactly the way Saratoga should. It was electric. We heard the crowd roar after an exciting $20,000 claimer. That intensity just builds throughout the course of the afternoon. Another Saturday at the August place to be. Our coverage brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun, all in on Mohegan. One left, the 12th coming up, along with the sword dancer just prior. The grade 2 Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks 3-year-old fillies, and it's a story you always love to follow in sports. Perfection, a horse who's undefeated, and Laura Lynn maintaining her undefeated record once again.
It's exciting. I think it's exciting for a couple of reasons. One is because you know there's something on the line outside of just a win, right? It's like, oh, she could be undefeated after this. And right here, when Kendrick looked back, you knew she was going to remain undefeated.
Yeah, he's a rider. That's certainly a tell with Kendrick. When he takes that kind of languishing look back, he's got a lot of horse underneath him. And she didn't even get the ideal turf trip, right? She was kind of strung along 2 to 3 wide throughout the entirety of the race, and she still kicked home very, very well. And she may be one of those horses, Lafitte, that just does what she needs to do to win and can step up her game as the level of competition steps up.
It's like the quality Silver Charm had, it's the quality Affirmed had, the scratch and claw, and just enough to keep you at bay where they're not going to wow you with a double-digit length victory, but always have enough and do enough to repel all challengers.
Yeah, and you can see when she got clear there, beautiful mover. Her ears came up, she's flicking back and forth, just really enjoying herself.
She's overcome a lot of adversity, too. It might not look like that, right? First time out, she overcame her trainer, who doesn't like to win first time out. Like, Graham's not one that's like sends him over there ready to rock. She wins, right? She's wide, closing to a slow pace in her second start. Like, she's had adversity, and she's still undefeated.
What'd you make of Opulent, Restraint's effort to filly Laura Lynn? They know each other well right there in the end, but once again, too much Laura Lynn.
Yeah, it's too much Laura Lynn. I mean, I thought Opulent ran fine, but, you know, I think she's just one of those horses that, like, she's still figuring it out. You know, and I think as the distances got longer, she got a little bit better. As she started running forward, she got a little bit better. She's not one that I would, like, start ignoring. You know, I think she could turn the tables.
Oh,
but
not at all. And the fact of the matter is, Laura Lynn just might be extra special. I mean, I think Opulent Restraint ran fine. She just ran into a better filly on the day.
Laura Lynn for trainer Graham Motion, another stakesman. What a summer for Kendrick Harmouche and a victory in the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks. Yeah, he's having a pretty good summer as well. Trainer Chad Brown, a 7-time Saratoga champion trainer. Manny Franco, they team up in the nightcap, 13 minutes out till the 12th on this Sword Dancer Saturday.
Twirling Candy, proven Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Exalted, Ice Cream You Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. New York breds in the 12th, the strength of New York breeding. For more information, go to nybreds.com and the Fasig-Tipton sale. New York breds on the horizon, on the lookout for the next Tis the Law, looking for the next commentator, etc., etc.
New York breds start with an advantage because you have the outlet of running against horses exclusively bred in the state of New York, but they've gotten so good, they've made their presence felt open company and internationally in big races.
Tis the Law was good, commentator was good. My favorite New York bred, Richie Migliori. With that aside, it's a fun sale to go to too.
It is.
And it's one of those situations where if you want to run at Saratoga, you want to be involved in Saratoga, you want to win, get in the winner's circle, it's a sneaky way to do it. Get a New York bred who's really talented. They have the New York bred stakes, the New York bred maidens. There's a lot of opportunities to get a New York bred.
A lot of excitement about this particular sale, about the prospects and the level of talent expected to emerge.
Well, I think Fasig-Tipton and their team, and certainly their yearly inspection team has done an amazing job, because this is a outstanding group of young horses that look like athletes.
We're looking at, well, they're all New York breds here, Acacia. Amplitude among them, the current 9-5 favorite. What are you seeing here pre-race?
Well, this is a horse that was slow out of the gate last time from an outside post, and so drawn far better today, as this colt by Uncle Mo last time was also off of a layoff too. So I think several things against him that afternoon. I wasn't in the paddock that day, so I haven't seen him since last fall, and he's really developed as a 4-year-old coming back. You know, we talk often about that jump from 2 to 3. I think just as important is the jump from 3 to 4, and you really see it with Amplitude. And now second off the bench as well. He's strong, he's powerful, he's very calm and relaxed. Back last year, at the beginning of his career, this was a horse that would get very vocal, be very rambunctious in the preliminary. So he's really developed physically and mentally, which I do appreciate. Now, he's always been a closer, but I don't think that he will be quite so far back as he was last time out, where he did actually run on pretty well inside of horses late in the race. The number 7, Fidelite Coyote, is intriguing as he comes in from Monmouth, and certainly no offense to Christian Mirage, but you do go from a 7-pound apprentice to Ricardo Santana, who's riding as good as anybody here at this Saratoga meet right now. Now, this is a horse I haven't seen in a few races, and he was one that always is very energetic in the preliminaries, always acting like one that wanted to use that speed. He's forward here, but keeping it under wraps. One thing I did notice, and it could just be because he's coming to a different track, but he's run at Saratoga before, is the front wraps do go on. Usually I don't put a ton of credence into that because you never really know the thought process, but, and some horses do it, some trainers do it with every horse, but you typically don't see it with turf horses, and especially those that don't usually wear them. So just something that I noticed about a horse that I was very interested in seeing come in here. Does have that tactical speed again. Spirit Prince kind of weaving through horses late to get the win, whereas this one hit the lead first in that race at Monmouth. Taking a look right to his inside is the 6, Terminal Velocity. Didn't run too badly when sprinting on the dirt first time out. He does not look like a dirt sprinter even a little bit. This horse is massive. He looks like a distance turf horse, which is what he finally got to do last time out. So I'm actually even more impressed by the fact that he ran so well first time, and then getting to what seems to be his preferred surface and distance last time out with the win. He has shown, obviously, he can handle the 1 1/8. He looks like he wants every bit of it. He's dappled from head to toe, and he got sharper once they put the tack on. I imagine they'll try to use his speed again, much as they did last time in his maiden race, Lafitte.
Yeah, much more effective in the long-distance turf race as opposed to the dirt sprint. Terminal Velocity. There's another look at Amplitude, trained by Chad Brown, Manny Franco. This combination, Brown has gone to Franco over the last few years, and in several key races and stakes races, the success they've had together recently, Richie.
Yeah, wonderful success, and Manny is such a good rider, strong rider. His agent, John Panagot, has a real good relationship with Chad Brown, so that kind of opened the door for Manny to get in there. But just because the door opens doesn't mean it stays open. You've got to produce.
Yeah, I mean, and Manny made a decision to stay in New York when his counterparts and Irad and Jose went down south to Florida or wherever. And I think that he earned a little bit of Chad's trust through that time. You know, a lot of times, like you said, an agent can open the door for you to a relationship they have, but you can get fired.
Oh, absolutely.
If Manny was out there butchering rides for Chad, it doesn't matter what his relationship was with Johnny.
What's the Wayne Lucas line about the relationship trainer-jockey?
Tell me again, I forget.
Isn't the point something about we're not getting married, we're only dating?
Oh, no,
yeah.
It's you got a one-race contract. You don't own this horse, so you don't have a contract. I won grade 1s for Wayne and never rode horses back. It's just the way he was.
But the other thing with Manny is that the biggest horse of his entire career he got because of his previous agent, Angel Cordero, which was Tis the Law, which I think when a rider like Manny can get a big horse and continue to deliver with a big horse, he then becomes acceptable for owners to hear their trainer say, we're going to ride this guy. You got to think about it. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? These owners are at the track. They're fans. They hear when their friends say, oh, that guy butchered this ride. They want to set people up with horses, or excuse me, with riders they believe in.
Before this post praise, go back to Acacia.
And you will notice there is a big gap from the 6 back to the 7 Fidelite Coyote as he is heading out from the paddock. Now, I had mentioned about those front wraps going on. Once they got on the walking ring, they kind of pulled him out of line, stopped him, and took them off. So I don't know if there was maybe a little confusion, but they have come off, so clearly everything is fine. But that's the reason for the slight delay and the big gap in that post parade, Lafitte.
We'll follow up on that right after we meet the field. This post parade, there's Skylar's Starship should be a factor early.
Yeah, early.
Not so much late. Amplitude, relaxed Amplitude.
Yeah, he looks like a massive individual, deeper closer. I think he gets some pace to help him.
Find a Name outruns his odds from time to time.
There's a few horses in here that should be 51, 50 to 1 or more, and they deserve it. I'm just being honest. This is one of them.
Tony Yo, a 9th race this year.
Yeah, it would be another one that would just be a big surprise.
El Delary, number 5, that likes to mix it up early.
Yeah, I like this horse. I think he's interesting. I think he could, because there's some not so great horses inside of him, I think he'll be able to clear and get to that pocket position.
Number 6 or 7. 6 or 7. It's a mystery waiting to see which one emerges.
If you're at home, you can bet on this.
There he is.
Oh.
Fidelite Coyote, another colt with speed. Again, we'll follow up on what Acacia was just discussing with the front wraps.
This is my top choice. I think this horse is going to appreciate getting the red-hot Ricardo Santana.
Big meet thus far. Contender, 9-2. Colt with speed, Fidelite Coyote, followed by the 8A Lister, 2 for 33. Lifetime would be a big surprise.
Yeah, this is another one that I would be surprised. I've been surprised before. I'll be surprised again, but not a horse that's looking like a contender.
$80 horse in the nightcap a couple of days ago. Then Ortis, and then won a Gulfstream Park maiden event in June.
Yeah, it took him 3 chances to try to win for 17.5 down there. It's much deeper waters.
Mid-June, I should say. Then Charles J. and Arad Ortiz.
Well, you get Irad, tough post, but if anybody can pull a rabbit out of their hat, I'd say Irad's capable.
Big afternoon, 3 wins thus far. Terminal Velocity graduated in his turf debut.
Yeah, and he was good. I mean, he set quick fractions, and he kept finding going a mile and 1/8. He's interesting. That was only his 2nd start, so he can improve vastly.
New York Breds, 12th final. Fidelite Coyote, the front wraps. Richie, what's that all about?
Yeah, you see a lot of times trainers will use them on the dirt because horses have a tendency at times to burn their heels, right? They have longer pasterns. When they run, they drop down and they'll basically scrape their heels on the dirt. It's abrasive. Don't see it as much in turf racing, so it gives you the impression it's for support.
As Acacia explained, but then to have them on and now to have them taken off.
Well, I think because, here on the turf, I mean, obviously this is a horse that probably they call it running down, probably ran down a little, and they've gotten to a place where they don't feel that's as big a concern. Sometimes just changing a horse's shoeing will keep them from running down, and you find that, well, I don't need this extra padding to give them.
You ride a horse, and you've ridden that horse several times. You're going to ride him again. See him in the paddock. Don't typically have front wraps on that day they do. Is that something you inquire about? Is that a conversation you have with a trainer?
I never looked at their legs. Didn't want to look down. And I don't want a trainer thinking I'm looking at their legs. I'm going out there and going to ride them hard regardless of what they're wearing or not. So,
but sometimes, not at this level, right? I mean, it's I think at a claiming level, it could be more of a
well, absolutely
poker. It's like when you sit there and you start saying, "Oh, I got a good hand," or "I don't have a good hand."
You're trying to hide them.
You're trying to hide them. Sometimes they'll put those on just to make
the big
people
class
think.
drop in the wraps.
Yeah.
A little different nowadays in 2025, but that used to be
1,000%.
a massive part of the claiming game and the poker game within the claiming game.
1,000%.
Well, and Lafitte, there were days, back in the day, a long time ago, and now protocols have gotten so much better to make things safer for the horses, the riders. You come out to the paddock, I could have stepped up using the horse's knee. I didn't need a leg up. It's different now.
Ricardo Santana, Fidelite Coyote, and Jacob, you wound up with the 5. Yes, Elder
Yes. No.
7.
Untrue.
You just like the 5.
7.
7. All right.
No. Let me see if I like the 5. Yes, I like the 5. I'm picking the 7. This is a horse I just feel like when you dive into his internal fractions in his previous races. I won't bore you while you're sitting on your couch trying to pick a winner. It just looks better than it is. It just looks better than it is. There's some hidden moves in there, and he's one of those horses where I need him to get a good ride. If he gets a good ride, I feel like he'll win this race. And Richie, we've talked about this before. Seeing the ball go through the hoop and being on that hot hand. Ricardo Santana, I understand the Irad Ortiz situation. I understand that Jose's right behind him, but Ricardo is having the best meet of all of them, considering where he should be.
Yeah.
He's having the best meet.
Yeah. He's overachieving. Definitely overachieving.
Final thoughts here?
I think we're going to get a little pace on. I like the 7 because he's getting back with New York breds and he's been running well, and I think he'll set up shop just off of the 5, I believe.
And I love a Fidelite Coyote. I mean, it's one of my favorite dishes.
What is it? Quick, what is it?
No, it's just, I think it's a combination of a bunch of people's names.
Oh, okay.
The pace you mentioned, yeah. Skylar Starship, quick from the rail. El Delary, terminal velocity. Fidelite Coyote, who do you think is quickest? Who's in front when they hit the first turn?
I think the 5 and 6 will be vying, and I think Fidelite Coyote will be sitting just off of them in 3rd position.
To Frank Miramati with the call, 12th and final on this Sword Dancer Saturday at Saratoga.
Thanks, Lafitte. It's pretty funny about that name. Find a name on that note going in. Here's Ortis. Tony O. And Charles J. 1 behind the gate. They're in the gate. And they're off. El Delary did not have a smooth start, but terminal velocity sure did, and he will take command right away. Skylar's Starship is up close, and Fidelite Coyote is next, followed by Ortis into the first turn. Ortis is racing in 4th, trying to get a little bit closer to the rail. Amplitude has that spot right now and is having to steady just a touch, and a 3-wide A-lister moves up outside of that pair. Then Tony O, followed by Charles J, a gap of 3 to the 2 trailers. El Delary and Find a Name is at the back. 26 flat is the opening quarter. Terminal velocity and Fidelite Coyote right up alongside, and just in behind them, it's Skylar's Starship racing a joint 3rd. A-lister is just outside of him, and Amplitude keyed up along the rail. He's 5th, but only 2 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Ortis, who is racing on the outside of Charles J, who's made it over to the inside, 5 off the leader. Tony O follows him, 2 back to El Delary, and at the back still Find a Name. It's terminal velocity, and Jose Lezcano leading it by a head. Fidelite Coyote up alongside in 2nd. A-lister Amplitude is on the fence. Behind them, it's Skylar's Starship in 5th. A very wide bid from Find a Name, who's 12 lengths back with 1 furlong to go. Terminal Velocity, Fiddle Like Coyote head-to-head. Coming for the wire, Fiddle Like Coyote, Terminal Velocity, and Charles J is trying to get to them late. Fiddle Like Coyote, Charles J motoring home on the outside. Here's the line. Fiddle Like Coyote got there. Tight photo for second between Terminal Velocity and a hard-charging Charles J. Amplitude finished fourth.
You were saying something about Ricardo Santana, how well he's riding this summer.
I dare you to leave him off a ticket. He's seeing the ball so well. And let me say something about Ricardo. He's been to the top.
Yep.
Best horses you could ever think of, he's sat on their backs. When he starts seeing it well, he's got so much confidence, and he's riding that way too. He popped away from there. He got a great trip. And when he got in the stretch, who wants to find him in the stretch, deal with him?
Honestly, watching him finish, it's like, back in the day, Ruben Hernandez. Hook Ruben Hernandez from the 8th pole of the wire. You know you're in a scrap. Just as strong a finisher. The race shape changed a bit when the 5 El Delari didn't break well, but he put his horse in the perfect position just off the 6, Terminal Velocity. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at the animation of his body. He's using every bit of himself. His legs, his arms, his back. They're all into that drive and in perfect rhythm with his mount.
Bit of like Coyote. You got 4-1 in the end here, Jonathan?
Well, we all got 4-1. Not just me.
Bit of like Coyote, 7-6, 10-2. Trainer Juan Avila. Bit of like Coyote. Closing like a wild horse, Charles J. right behind him with Gerardo Ortiz coming up about a length short.
Yeah, he did, and he had to overcome a tough post, but listen, you leave Irad Ortiz off your ticket at your own peril. Ricardo Santana, just what Jonathan's saying, he's very position conscious. He puts his horses in the game. I talk about it, getting your position going forward. Ricardo embodies that.
But you know why I think that happens, though, is because he played quarterback for John Gruden for all these years and got yelled at and yelled at and yelled at and yelled at for every time he didn't have a horse in the right spot. And I'm referring to, obviously, Steve Asmussen.
Yep.
He learned a lot during that time.
Another win. We have like 30 seconds. What did we learn today?
Overall?
Yeah. Biggest takeaway.
That the Euros are still very, very tough to beat in our turf races. That Graham Motion's got a really good 3-year-old filly, and El Cordobas is a 1.5-mile specialist.
I'd like to be Sheikh Mohammed for a day.
Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Yeah, Godolphin, Big Blue. You're seeing those colors everywhere. You're seeing them win everywhere at the highest level. This filly, still undefeated. 5 for 5 now, victorious in the Saratoga Oaks. What a performance. Kendrick Carmouche, the winning ride, pressing all the right buttons, and El Cordobas. Last 24 Grade 1 races. Saratoga traditional meet, 10 Grade 1 wins, Flavia and Pratt. Godolphin's first win in the Sword Dancer. We'll see you tomorrow.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. AmericasBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.